Saka, 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 Saka. No.
Games. There's a lot of them. Some good, some bad, and a bunch of
Jets. Jets.
Faggot, nigger. What miracle did you want me to perform? Faggot.
Hello? Hello? Guys. Dude. Some crazy shit's going on Twitter. Hello? 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 Some crazy shit's going on Twitter. Peterbot caught slinging the N-bomb, bro. Might be over for bro. It might be over.
Inbox messages away.
Slinging that thing. Slinging it. Gee Willy Wonkers. Oh my god. I knew that was a bad idea. Maybe that could be good. I don't know if I trust that. We just use that. Cool, cool. Alright. But these Royal Jack. Whale Jacks. What the fuck that is. No one's gonna say none. So Peterbot, bro, literally the greatest Fortnite player of all time. Just schlung that shit. Oh, sweet. I got a teammate. And it's like 2 hours fresh. But goddamn, does Twitter just pick up shit and run with it, bro? Twitter is... Eesh. Twitter's different, bro. I think Lacey said it before, and
Hello. Noble Tenno.
he was still able to compete. So matters if like he gets dropped from the org and shit. Bro, imagine bro loses 5 mil. That might be the most expensive N bomb ever dropped. I mean, he said it like 5 times, so I guess like maybe a mil for each. You gonna get there or what? Oh, it's glitched. Okay, it's not.
On screen, Corpus Cap ship.
Oh, it's because bro is joining.
Greetings. Pack Necrovex. Whatever is on there can never be allowed off.
Railjack is within range. Blast it to fragments.
Disable priority targets prior to boarding the capital ship.
All units prepared for shield resonance amplification. Tether power plant. Deliver charge boost. Borax fighters will rip that railjack apart. Carriers, send them in.
Oh shit. Hi, homies. It looks like I should be able to enter this. Okay.
Corpus V4.
What's that sound?
Protocols. How retro.
Bonus for whoever
You did not make that sound, I refuse.
That's away.
Countermeasures. Progress halted. Please assist. Progress halted. Jamming drones.
Who the fuck is this guy? Says he's like way out here? Get him, Genjutsu Master.
Keep those jamming drones operational. Tether power plant has supercharge ready. All units stand by to overload shields.
Jamming drones. Yay.
Fuck.
Those drones were our data grid's best defense. Agent in the zone. Intruder signal blocked. Disruption pulse successful.
Override terminal located. Pull the plug. Carrier platform
That's kinda
is
cool.
off board. Come on home.
Marines to cruise ship hangar bay on the double. Immediate launch.
Ah.
Cruise ship on scope.
I'm a fucking monster.
Push all shields to max. Keep going. Defend the tether power plant.
Crew, kill the lights.
He's already in here? No way. No?
Decrypted. Protect
What the
terminal.
fuck?
Fighters, launch. That railjack can't hold out forever. Instruct the tether power plant to fortify all shields.
BBL the wizard. BBL the wizard.
First
BBL the wizard.
secondary terminal. Encrypting secondary codes.
All units, prepare for shield supercharge. Ensure the tether power plant is protected.
All right. Playtime is over.
Playtime is over.
Joint. Overshield down. Widespread pad crapping in progress.
I want more firepower out there.
By the way, I just ripped ass. I wish y'all could hear it.
Proceed to the primary objective.
Wish y'all could hear that one. Hello?
Torpedoes locked. Target in range.
Oh.
Firing.
I don't want.
Tenno is
Ew.
locking. Sending away crew.
That looks
5,
disgusting.
4, 3,
Fuck that.
2, 1, 0. Engage.
Fuck that. Fuck that. Yo.
It's incoming. Every one gives them more control. Make them think twice.
Nor.
There's our problem. An Orphix. Soon it'll spread the pulse field wider.
Can I get back to my fucking...
Tenno, any damage they cause will be deducted from your salaries.
That's the stuff. Now, hit that Orphix hard.
What the fuck is this, dog? Oh. This is kind of fire.
Detonator pushes the pulse field out wider. And we do not want that.
Alright.
Pulsar. Wipe him out. That should give us some breathing space. Orphix.
Fucking rolled.
Popping resonators. Then you could tackle the big guy. It's down. Good work. There's another Orphix. Every one tightens the sentience grip. Orphix down. Look who found a new shine. Damn fine work. Walk off anytime you're ready. Big nasty on the scope.
Low-key fucking this thing up, but it's also fucking me up.
Good job. They felt that back in town. Orphix just hit. Updating your map.
Good shit, gamers. Nice.
On.
Bruh. Out of nowhere. Okay. Gooning. And goon. Stroke into the moon. Power. Bottom. Room. Oh. At summer. You got the game yet? Sexy as fuck. Was dripped out. Thanks, bro. What's up? Power. Bottom. Room. Power bot.
Operator, messages have arrived in your inbox.
This is the one. This is the one. Yes. Yes. Acquisition. Blueprint. Props. We gotta
Repair order. Electrical systems. Shield strength compromised.
Marines, charge personal shields and get to your ram sleds.
Canceling repair order.
Damn.
Shields energizing. Good work.
quite a bit that we gotta go through actually right here.
Antenna has exited the railjack.
Those fools are still within the range of the Cyclops. Open fire.
Countermeasures. Progress halted. Please assist. Progress halted. Jamming drones.
We're supposed to keep those jamming drones operational. Disruption pulse successful.
Oh, but without the necromech.
Jamming drones. Yay.
Those drones were our data grid's best
Can't
defense.
stop staring in the room.
Countermeasure specialist on field. Signal kill. Torpedoes locked. Target in range. Firing.
Beautiful.
Thing. Get to the override terminal. The Cyclops has fallen. The skies are ours.
Our forces need support. Launch another cruise ship.
Priority targets.
Me out.
Next up, capital ship.
Pressing exit.
Taking Atmos.
Mr. Beast.
Data integrity restored.
Oh shit. Motherfucker fucked me up.
Dropping Tenno out of airlock. Breach.
For the ambassador.
Let's soften torpedo. Fire at will.
A lone Tenno operative is raiding the city for supplies. You are here to distract the enemy. Trigger the alarm. Life support has been cut off. They're trying to choke you out. Hold on. I'm sending auxiliary life support.
Choke you out.
I wanted them dead. They are not only alive, they are on my ship. Fix that.
Life support on the way.
Wait, why is this thing kind of fire? Oh, you know Jim over here is a demon.
Delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
God damn it. Wasting my time blowing up fucking his allies. This thing could be nasty.
Life support incoming. life support capsule is now available.
I mean, it's close to as good as my Strun. I fucked up. Pink sock, Darren and Stu. Rivals when? Oh, the wizard. Like, it's just a meme at this point. You don't actually want to see me play Rivals that bad. Like, it's a meme, right? Like, surely you're not serious.
The raid is off to a successful start.
Surely you're not, like, serious. It's a power bottom room. Oh, look, Louisa, you got another chatter. Riz him up. Riz him up. No, that's tough. Thank God. Dick in my ass. Yeah.
Life support has been replenished.
Alright, ball. There's no way the bottoms are like busy today. Like, what's going on? Power bottom. Nice, nice. Need to bring it back. Be hitting kind of hard.
Look what our Tenno operative just found. They could
Oh,
not
yeah.
do this
5 more minutes.
when you need it.
Find it.
Action is ready.
Perfect. Louisa.
Greetings!
Oh. Wait.
Life support activated.
No way. Guys, listen. There's nobody to fucking dog. Fuck you guys. Fuck me. Something genuinely funny happened. Chuck it there and it shoot. Try to eat me up and they get me down my brain. Okay, I'm gonna look up this guy's TikTok. Weird. Mm. This could be good, actually.
Life support has been replenished. Life support activated.
What up, beast? Alright, right here, 10 seconds.
The longer you fight,
Fuck.
the more successful we will be. Extraction is available if you need it.
No, don't leave, please. I'm gonna do another 15. What up, Louisa? What do you want? Hello? The wizard? Where's Devin? Devin's fucking gooning, bro. I think Devin's gonna come out. It's cool. I saw him for the last I saw him like 3 or 4 times this week.
Tano, extraction is ready. Life support has been replenished.
Damn. Peterbot. A video was resurfaced showing me using a racial slur while at the agent house. This incident took place when I was 16. I recognize how deeply wrong and hurtful that language is. I take full responsibility for saying it, regardless of my age or the pressures I felt in that moment. I want to sincerely... W Peterbot. Well, he confirmed it was real. That's an L. But like half of Twitter thought it was AI already. Sheesh. Yeah, bro. Bro slung the N-word when he was 16. Big fucking whoop, haters. Big fucking whoop. Dean Withers said it when he was older. Look at him, bro. And 15,000 people tune in live. Watch him every single day. 10 million plus views on every TikTok post. Not the end of the world. What a fucking loser for whoever took the video and posted it. That here's a clip of the best player saying it when he was 16. 3-4 years ago. Like, come on, bruh. You just should not be ruining kids' lives. Shit. Oh. Too miserable. Nah, there was, like, he obviously knows who took the video too and who leaked it.
Life support has been replenished. Running out of time. Consider extraction. Life support activated.
Is rotation C 20 minutes? There's no way.
Tano, extraction is ready.
Alright. Go with these guys. Um, wait, what? Wait, what? Oh yeah. Rotation C is 20 minutes.
Well, we're just trying not to get stepped on.
I actually got fucking dog shit. Good to know. Good to know. Okay.
The has messages for the operator. Anything about orders in there?
Your railjack is trash. Fuck you. Alright. Do I have another? Of course I don't. Still pretty good though.
If I may say, operator, your chosen warframe suits you.
Alright.
Ha,
Alright.
ha.
Alright, that's good. Probably should format that bitch. Another V. It's wild. Oh yeah, yeah. I see why.
Otis finds it odd that humans only get a few years to live. Yet, spending so much of that time
Doing everything wrong.
learning how to live.
Oh, that could be good. Arcwing weapon slots? What? I delete that. Ah. Okay, I'll get it in a second. Damn.
These offerings are pure. Of course, my Tenno.
I'm a fucking Tenno. Yeah. I'm a fucking Tenno. Oh. I'm a fucking Tenno. Motherfucking Tenno. Uh-huh. Yeah. It's my motherfucking Tenno. You hear me? Ride for my motherfucking Tenno. Ah. Squad goals. That's good. The last one too. Some stupid ass spy mission. What's it called again? Ambassador. XOXOXO. Portuguese? What about Portuguese? I didn't see no Portuguese.
Boarding successful.
I didn't see no Portuguese.
All priority targets. Scavs missed a few
conflict is escalating. I want another cruise ship on the field. A bonus for whoever captures that ship. Ram sleds away.
Intruder alert. Full squad. Small arms. I want those amateurs off my ship.
Torpedoes locked. Target in range. Firing.
Fires extinguished. Scrubbing atmosphere. Ship secure. Good work.
One more ship may take the balance. Fire up the Oryx cruise ship.
All right. Yeah, this guy. No.
A clumsy breach. Our invaders possess more enthusiasm than talent. We have a fire.
Course of the last week.
Here, another company closed.
Always be speaking. Hezbollah, the Houthis. All the truth.
Rumors.
Public wide, and this lot of information. I don't know if this will be the end of the series. I didn't think I would even do a sequel. Feel free to know.
With respect, the respect that we deserve.
Tucker Carlson, the CIA, the neocons, and what is going on right now in the country with this explosion of questions, interest, curiosity about the role of Jewish power in the country. I don't know if this will be the end of the series. I didn't think I would even do a sequel. But tonight we are going to continue on from where we left off last week. If you didn't see the show last week, I would highly encourage you to watch it. It's one of my most watched videos on Rumble already. I think we're nearly at 800,000 views. It's by far one of the biggest shows on my channel that I've done. But I do want to stress, if you haven't seen that one yet, you're gonna want to watch it. And I know it's a big time commitment. It clocked in at about 3 hours. That was not my intention, but it was a lot of material to get through. I didn't anticipate it. And I know it's a bit of a time commitment. Usually the show's about an hour. At least the monologue is. But if you haven't seen that one already, you're gonna want to see it because there's a lot of information that I covered in the first one that's going to be highly relevant to what we're going to talk about tonight. And as I said, I did not intend for this to be a series. I didn't intend to make a sequel. How we got here is that last week, as you all know, infamously, it was in the afternoon, Tucker Carlson published his interview with Candace Owens, and they talked about a lot of the usual stuff. They talked about her ongoing defamation case against Emmanuel and Brigitte Macron. Talked about the Israel-Gaza situation, among other things. But one thing, obviously, the shot heard around the world, is that they launched a 15-minute personal attack, as well as an attack on my reputation. And this attack did not come out of nowhere. It was based on things that Tucker Carlson has been saying privately for a very long time, actually for years. He's been saying these things to Alex Jones, Candace Owens in private, really anybody who will listen. And what started out as a whisper campaign and a collaboration with Max Blumenthal at the Gray Zone back in 2023 blew up into the public, wide out in the open, last week on Friday when he condemned me on his show, saying that I represent a campaign to discredit the authentic anti-neocon, ostensibly America First figures on the American right wing. That was the basis and the subject of his attack. He said that I, being a crazy extremist, a bigot, a hateful anti-Semite, by attacking or embracing America First figures like himself, Joe Kent and J.D. Vance, he said I was clearly deployed by either intelligence or by the far left to, by a toxic association or by sabotage, bring down the legitimate figures criticizing the neoconservative establishment inside Washington. So last week, as you know, I went on a 3-hour tear. I was accused of being a CIA asset myself. I went into the history of my relationship with Tucker, why he's saying these things, and I shined a light on some of his past associations. Notably, our dispute came from my antagonism towards Joe Kent, a CIA officer who, with backing from Peter Thiel, ran for Congress in 2022. I pointed out how Joe Kent, being in the CIA, receiving money from the CIA, he actually attacked me first on the basis that I don't support Israel and on the basis that I am a white identitarian and a Christian nationalist. He said the real America First is inclusive populism. It's pro-Israel, and it doesn't talk too much about race or religion. And I pointed out how that's a consistent theme with all of these so-called legitimate America Firsters, from Joe Kent to J.D. Vance to Tucker himself. I went over all their past statements, their support for Israel, their support for multiracialism, which they call colorblind meritocracy, their opposition to Christian nationalism and support for religious pluralism. I talked also about their conspicuous connections to the CIA. Joe Kent worked for them directly. Vance is a creation, an artifice, who was mentored by Peter Thiel, one of the CIA's biggest contractors, and Tucker Carlson, famously, whose father ran a CIA propaganda empire throughout the 80s and 90s. Now, that's a brief recap of where we left off last week. As I said, I did not intend to make a sequel. That was going to be the end of it. But as the day went on Friday and Saturday and Sunday, as the weekend progressed last week, in response to my groundbreaking investigation, many of the Groypers, many of my fans and other people, went into the archives and they went digging. And they found a lot of new information and new clips and quotes, not just from Tucker Carlson, but also from his father, Dick Carlson. And after watching some of these clips, I came to the conclusion that everything that I talked about on Friday was woefully insufficient. And the reason it was insufficient is because it lacked context. The goal of the show tonight is to provide the context. Because, of course, many of the things we talk about on the show, I expect that you know what I know. I expect that you know what Tucker knows or what many of these other people know. And in many cases, to start in the middle of the story does not do the whole story justice. In many ways, it is a half-truth. All stories have to start from the beginning. And this story, like many other stories, is a story of generations. It's a story of fathers and sons and grandsons. It's a story of institutions and countries. And bear with me, this show might be a little bit more complex and complicated than last week's. You might have to watch it a couple of times. And I believe after this investigation, which I've been conducting over the past week, and really over the past few years, at some point we will have to turn this into some sort of feature-length, highly produced project, because it's a little bit difficult to keep track of all these threads. It's going to require visual cues, a script, all these other things. It is going to require a lot of immense organization for people to really digest the breadth and the entirety of the story. So in any case, after I saw some of these clips last week, I came to the conclusion that we had to basically create a prequel. Because although the case was extremely compelling last week, and I'll tell you why it was compelling. Although the show that I did last week was persuasive, factual, according to almost everybody, extremely compelling. Even those that are fans of Tucker, former fans or continue to be fans, even people that don't like me, praised the show. It was universally praised. Now,
Yes,
I'm not
this is
saying that to
Kanye.
say I'm doing the best job ever, I'm a great guy. I'm saying that is the strength of the weight of the evidence. It suggests, I don't say that for my own accolades, I don't say that for my own aggrandizement. It suggests that irrespective of your opinion on me or on Tucker and what you think of this beef, this battle between us, the weight of the evidence, the strength of the information was such that almost everybody, no matter what they thought about me and Tucker before or what they even think about us now, it changed their minds. But upon reviewing more information, I believe you will see after this show tonight, and maybe other future developments, I'm not sure, you will be left with the irrefutable conclusion that what I said last week was totally correct. It may change how you perceive politics entirely, and I'm not overstating that. I'm not saying that for marketing or rhetorical purposes. I seriously, when I was putting together this show, I started to get a little bit afraid. And I started to think, maybe I shouldn't go through with it. Maybe I should not do this show. Because in revealing a lot of this information, although it's all out there, all this information is public. You can find it on Wikipedia, public sources. To bring it to such a large audience, to tell it in such a compelling way, and to bring together the information in the way that I'm going to, it just might be challenging to the powers that be, their modus operandi, how they're operating, the manner of control, and their ultimate objectives. So it's with some trepidation that I'm bringing you the results, the evidence that I trudged up in my investigation of over the course of the last week. And so we're going to begin now. Before we do, I want to remind you to smash the follow button here on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment, give me your feedback, let me know what you think about this episode, and tell me if you'd like to see a third part or an epilogue. Let me know what you think about tonight, all the information. Please be objective as possible. I'm going to bring you the information. I'm going to bring you the red pill. The world as you know it is not as it seems. So first, before we dive into all of the information, I do want to do a quick recap of some of the things that I saw that led me to do this show. I'm going to show you 2 clips. Now forgive me because they are a little bit long. One is 2 minutes, the other's 3 minutes. That doesn't sound long, but you know, that's a good chunk of change for me to be sitting here watching the clips. But I want to play for you a couple of clips. These are compilations of clips that have been sourced from C-SPAN and various sources by sources like Paul Town, Uncommon Sense on Twitter. This is really a grassroots effort of a lot of people on Twitter that have scoured the internet for this information, and they were inspired to do this by the show last week. It raised some red flags, some alarm bells. They got inspired. They went out, they did the deep dive, and they found this information. Now, it was because of these clips that I did this show. The first one I'm going to show you is a composite of about a half dozen different clips going all the way back to the 1990s. Now, last week, when Tucker did his big attack on me with Candace Owens, the big lie that stood out to everybody, maybe the cause for everybody to give me a chance and listen to what I had to say, was this. He called me a lot of names. He said I'm a weird basement dweller, I'm gay, all these different things. He said I'm a bad faith actor, I'm trying to poison the well of the legitimate America First right with a toxic association. He compared me to David Duke. He said a lot of things. And these are all things that have been said about me before. All the different attacks. You've heard them, I've heard them, we've heard them for years. That's not new. And some people called it cowardly and dishonorable. Some people cheered it on, honestly. But the big thing that stuck out from his show last week is something that could not be ignored. It was a brazen and bald-faced lie. This is the central problem. And maybe the central thing that he said, which again was cause for people to give me some consideration and watch the show last week. He said with Candace, and I'm about to play the clip for you just now. He said with Candace that he did not know that his father was involved in the CIA until his father died. And his father died in March of 2025, earlier this year. Not only did he say that he did not know his father was involved with the CIA, he said he was actually shocked. He was shocked and surprised that he found out very late in his life. His father was appointed by Ronald Reagan in the late 1980s to work for the U.S. Information Agency, hand in glove with the CIA. And they were behind such things as the CIA covert backing of the Contras in Nicaragua. They were behind the propaganda surrounding Tiananmen Square in China in 1989. So his father was involved in some serious stuff. And Tucker says that he did not know, again, until just about a few months ago that his dad was involved in the CIA. Well, everybody really had the same thought, which is, I think I've heard Tucker say, though, in the past, that he knew his father was in the CIA. And it didn't take long for people to find the evidence. And so last week on Friday, we found the clip from last year. Tucker Carlson did a show with Sean Ryan, another former CIA officer. This was in June of last year. And Tucker said at that time, I knew my dad was in CIA. I knew he was in that world. And so everybody said, wait a minute, irrespective of my favorability towards Tucker or my antipathy towards Nick Fuentes, they said something's not right here. That's a bald-faced lie. You got caught. Last year he said he knew. This year he says he was surprised, shocked to find this information out in March. So which is it? Something is not right here. Something is out of place. And what's more, the logical next question is, why would he lie? Why would he lie in such a brazen way about something like this? This isn't your usual white lie. If Tucker himself applied for CIA, if his father was CIA royalty in broadcasting, and Tucker's an international broadcaster, this does raise legitimate questions. And if Tucker is not being forthcoming about this, but is instead lying or obfuscating or concealing, it invites an investigation. It says, what else are you lying about? If you lied that you didn't know your dad was CIA, are you lying that you are CIA, or the extent of your cooperation with CIA? That was a natural question. But we did more digging over the course of the last week, and we found about half a dozen other clips that Tucker knew and said publicly that his father was involved in the CIA. So I'll play this compilation for you right now, and we're going to react to it. This is the first clip. It's about 2 minutes, and I'll play this right now. All of this has come to light over the course of the past week, and this is a big reason why I did this show. So here it is.
And he's attacking my dad as the CIA, his dad's in the CIA or whatever. And I'm like, well, that's no, untrue. And my father dies, and I learn, actually, yeah, was involved in that world. I was completely shocked by it. So no one has to believe me, but that's just a fact.
Right.
This was in March of this year.
And so when I applied to CIA, and I've taken a lot of crap, including from Putin, like, oh, you're from a CIA family. Well, yeah, obviously my father worked in conjunction with CIA. I mean, that's what that is. And I tried to join the CIA.
He had a bunch of them. He ran the Voice of America for a long time, maybe 5 or 6 years. He was an ambassador in Africa.
It's just the video.
He ran something called the Corporation.
This is kind of crazy.
The guy who took out Mossadegh lived on my street.
Roosevelt, CIA officer.
I mean, again, I grew up around this stuff, but
that's why it's not happening.
But they seem to be doing so many other things. I mean, I applied to CIA. My dad worked with CIA. I was never against CIA. I thought only like dumb liberals were against CIA, and traitors or whatever. So my views on CIA have evolved based on things that I have seen.
Yeah, he just straight up lied though. Like, why would he say he didn't know until March, and these clips are years ago.
Nicaragua for the summer and work and.
My dad worked for the CIA. Like he's literally saying it in front of a camera. Like how can you forget?
Hassle at the airport.
Are you still traveling with your father on trips?
We spent the summer in Nicaragua, trying to get a sense of the war there, and all kinds of hilarity ensued. But yourself, my father's a great guy to travel with, and very amusing, and adventurous person who's up for anything. So I said, let's go to Pakistan. Okay.
And we have the internet to expose the lies. This isn't 20 years ago when you were on CNN. Yeah. And we couldn't expose things. We can expose it now, and they still do.
Well, I guess I would ask myself, I lie. If I'm really cornered or something, I lie. I try never to lie on TV. I just don't, I don't like lying. I certainly do it, out of weakness or whatever.
Okay. So that's 2.5 minutes almost of Tucker Carlson over the course of 20 years talking about and getting caught at least in 2, maybe 3 explicit instances saying, my dad was in the CIA. We lived down the street from the CIA officer that overthrew Mossadegh in Iran in 1953. I went to Vietnam with John McCain. I traveled to Pakistan with my father. I traveled to Nicaragua with my friends at the behest of my father. All these different clips paint a very interesting picture. 25 years. Going back to 1999, Tucker is saying, I was traveling internationally with my dad, who was in this world, at Voice of America. And if you pay attention, he says in the Sean Ryan interview, he said, my dad ran Voice of America. That's what that is, the CIA. 2001, 2002, he says, my dad's at Voice of America. He's an ambassador from Seychelles, which is a major hub of the super mob, if you know anything about Seychelles. It's an island off the coast of Africa. And so I saw this compilation of clips, and I said, something's not right. This is clearly a deep mystery here. Obviously, I was onto something on my show last week. Then another clip came to light. A second clip, if you will, or a second theme. If these are a compilation of clips, there was another major clip that caught my attention. We watched it on Monday. I was going to do this show on Monday, but I had to do a little more research. And in this clip, the second clip that I want to play for you, Tucker Carlson attacks Patrick Buchanan. Now, for those that don't know, Patrick Buchanan was an advisor to the Republican presidents Richard Nixon and Ronald Reagan in the 70s and in the 1980s. He became one of the most popular conservatives in America. He was a very famous commentator, pundit. He was on very popular talk shows. In 1990, he was in the middle of a major scandal because of his opposition to the war in Iraq. George H.W. Bush, former head of the CIA, vice president under Ronald Reagan, member of the Skull and Bones Society at Yale, George H.W. Bush took us to war in Iraq in 1990. Many people believe at the behest of the Israelis. This was after the neocon ascendancy of the 1970s and 1980s, which we'll get into. George H.W. Bush takes us to war against Israel's archenemy, Iraq. Patrick Buchanan, who was, again, a very famous columnist and pundit at the time, he ran afoul of many of the Jewish neocons and the conservative movement at large at the time. He said the only people that want a war in Iraq are the Israelis and their amen corner in Washington, who will agree with them on anything.
Fuck me in the ass.
For this, he was called an anti-Semite. He was canceled. He was banished from the conservative movement. He ran unsuccessfully for the presidency in 1992, 1996, and then again in 2000. Now, Patrick Buchanan was America First before America First. The title of this show, Patrick Buchanan was against the first war in Iraq before there were opponents of the second war in Iraq or opponents of the war in Iran. The situation in the 1990s, you could argue, was in many ways identical to what's happening in the conservative movement today. You had constituent elements of the conservative movement that were very skeptical of foreign intervention, very skeptical of going to war, particularly in the Middle East. At the same time, there were other factions inside the conservative movement that sought to cancel those people, who called them isolationists, anti-Semites, and undertook actions to get those people fired from their jobs, suppressed, get their careers destroyed, so that they could continue to advocate for wars in the Middle East that benefit Israel. Patrick Buchanan emerged as probably the leader of that former category of conservatives, of the social conservatives, the remnant of the old right in America that said after the end of the Cold War, why are we racing into the Middle East to fight another war for Israel? And for that, he was attacked. Now, this was a seminal moment because in many ways it prefigured the current arrangement. Just as it was then, so it is now. You have many constituent elements of the right wing that for one reason or another are coming out against the war in Syria, the war in Iran, calling for withdrawal from Iraq. And just as it was then, you have another element inside the right wing that is suppressing them, canceling them, trying to brand them as anti-Semites and isolationists. And just as it was then, you have a figure that has emerged, or a number of figures. I count myself among them. Perhaps you could say Tucker Carlson is one too, who are speaking out against the wars and against the neocons, this faction in the conservative movement that are pushing those wars. But 25 years ago, Tucker Carlson took a very aggressive line towards Pat Buchanan, the leader of America First in the 1990s. When all of the neocons, when others were attacking him, Tucker Carlson joined that chorus and called Pat Buchanan an anti-Semite and a nut. And his attack against Buchanan then is almost identical to his attack against me last week. I'll play that clip for you now.
Listening
as I said,
to
it's
Nick
about
Fuentes,
3 minutes,
by the
so
way.
bear with me.
I've never listened to
But
him
it's
before.
important to watch the whole thing from start to finish.
I mean, this is part of the sad thing about Pat Buchanan, as far as I'm concerned. And just to restate, I mean, Pat does raise issues that I think are important. I mean, I think that, you know, the sovereignty of the American military, et cetera, I mean, these are not just crank issues. But unfortunately, Pat Buchanan raises them in a way that I think is discredited. And when attacked, he can always fall back on the line, well, the tiny cabal that controls American politics doesn't like me because I speak truth to power. This is actually, incidentally, almost verbatim what he said the other day, that I offend the plutocracy, that I'm a wanted man by the inside the Beltway people, and in every sense cast himself as a victim who is sort of a Karen Silkwood of politics, someone who's so truthful that he's being hunted down by the conspiracy that runs Washington. I mean, it's all a bit much. Maybe Pat Buchanan just says things that are kind of kooky, and that's why he's being criticized. It's perfectly valid to question America's relationship with Israel. Israel has a lobby. It's perfectly fair, as far as I'm concerned, to beat up on Israel's lobby. But I don't think that's the reason that Buchanan is being labeled an anti-Semite. It's this kind of, as I've said, this relentless bringing up topics related to Judaism. I mean, famously, Pat, always beats up on Goldman Sachs, but never Morgan Stanley. I mean, it's really hard to. There is no point at which Pat Buchanan has held a press conference and said, I really don't like the Jews. I think they're a sinister force in America. But I think, and it took me years to come to
not
this,
too much now, Tucker.
To this position. I mean, I'm not throwing the term anti-Semite around. But you reach a point when you say, well, gee, here's a guy who has gone out of his way to defend Demjanjuk and other accused Nazi war criminals, who's constantly attacked Israel, who's attacked American Jews for supporting Israel unduly, who's implied that American Jews push America into wars in which non-Jews die. There really is, and again, I'm not hysterical on this subject, but I do believe that there is a pattern with Pat Buchanan of needling the Jews. Is that anti-Semitic? Yeah. I mean, after all, you conclude it is, in some sense, anti-Semitic. I mean, Pat Buchanan obviously has a lot of personal and affectionate relationships with people who are Jewish. So on a personal level, perhaps he's not, but on a different, maybe thematic level, I think he probably is. I think that people should be allowed to have differing views on immigration. I think people should be allowed to point out the fact that there is an Israeli lobby, and yes, it's powerful, and debate the merits of that, I guess. I don't think there's, strictly speaking, anything wrong with that. But again, I think Pat Buchanan is part of the reason it's so hard to have that conversation, because he discredits it by his presence, because he gives people who watch him carefully the sense that he has another agenda that has to do with personal dislike, and that he believes in conspiracies, and that he believes that the Jews are this sinister, secretly organized force trying to affect American politics. And those aren't discussions I think normal people, sober people should be having, because I think they're ludicrous.
Okay, so that's the clip. We're done with the clips for now, so I'm going to come back to our main screen here. So the basis of his attack against Patrick Buchanan is that Buchanan is an anti-Semite. And let's flesh this out a little bit. Let's tease this out somewhat. So Tucker says, because it's a very subtle and nuanced and specific thing that Tucker is saying. Tucker says that Pat Buchanan is kooky, is hateful. He's crazy, he's an anti-Semite, and because he's an anti-Semite, he's hurting legitimate political actors. How does Tucker Carlson create that distinction? What is the essence of that distinction between these so-called legitimate critics of the Israel lobby? Because if you notice, Tucker says it is okay to attack the Israel lobby. It is okay to talk about the sovereignty of our military. And sovereignty of the military means who is sending Americans to die in wars? Is it a foreign lobby, or is it actually the will of the American people? He said, so those are legitimate conversations to have. You can criticize the lobby. You can argue whether we're going to war at the behest of Israel or not. He said, and that's legitimate. That's a legitimate conversation that we can and should have. He said, but Pat Buchanan is different. He said, Pat Buchanan is kooky and crazy. And he is an anti-Semite. Why? What is the difference? Tucker says it is the insinuation that Jewish Americans support Israel because they are Jewish. That is the essence of the distinction. And in a sense, Tucker is acting as a gatekeeper. That is effectively a description of a gatekeeper. When Tucker is telling his audience, this is what you are allowed to talk about, and this is what you are not allowed to talk about. That is what he said. He said, these are the conversations you can and should have, and these are the conversations that sober-minded people should not be having. He is, in effect, by definition, a gatekeeper, because he controls the gate of acceptable discourse. What is tolerable, what is acceptable on television, in print, who can be employed and have a job influencing the minds of Americans, and who should not, who should be fired from their positions at various newspapers and opinion magazines, who should be fired from television, who should be listened to, who should have any credibility. Tucker is acting as a gatekeeper, controlling the gate of acceptable discourse, what is legitimate and what is crazy and hateful. And the basis of that distinction as the gatekeeper, again, is Pat says it has to do with Judaism. He is relentlessly talking about Judaism, and it is the Jewishness of the neocons which colors their bias in favor of Israel. Now, I want to read to you, this is an article from Ron Unz. Ron Unz is Jewish himself. He wrote a fantastic article about this. I would encourage everybody to read it. It is about the ascendancy of the neocons. Ron Unz writes a little summary of the situation that Tucker Carlson is referring to. Tucker says that Pat is an anti-Semite. That is based on a couple of specific quotes that Pat Buchanan made in the early 1990s. Again, and the build-up to this is that George Bush took the country to war in Iraq in 1990, and it was a coalition of what were called paleo-conservatives, Pat Buchanan among them, as well as Russell Kirk and Joseph Sobran and Sam Francis, that were in opposition to the war. So this is the summary. This is from Ron Unz. This will help give you an idea of what was happening at the time and how and why Tucker was weighing in almost 10 years later. It says, quote, this is from the Unz Review. Many leading traditional conservatives expressed very strong reservations about George Bush's Gulf War plans, while the neocons fervently supported the attack against Israel's most dangerous regional rival, Iraq. Pat Buchanan held important positions in both the Nixon and Reagan administrations, and then he was a nationally syndicated columnist with a huge television footprint on Crossfire, the McLaughlin Group, and other popular cable shows. The ADL and other Jewish groups ferociously attacked the pundit, when he declared to his national television audience of millions, quote, this is Patrick Buchanan, Capitol Hill is Israeli-occupied territory. This is 35 years ago. Pat Buchanan. There are only two groups that are beating the drums for war in the Middle East. The Israeli Defense Ministry and its Amen Corner in the United States. The Israelis want this war desperately because they want the United States to destroy the Iraqi war machine. They want us to finish them off. They don't care about our relations with the Arab world. This was in 1990. This is Pat Buchanan in 1990 against the first Bush administration in the first Persian Gulf War, which happened on the Iraqi side of the Persian Gulf. Notice how prescient what he said was then, 35 years ago. That was before 9/11, before the war in Iraq, the invasion and overthrow of Saddam Hussein in 2003, before the global war on terror, before all of it, before social media. Pat Buchanan said Capitol Hill is Israeli-occupied territory. The only people that want the war, the Israeli Defense Ministry, and notably he says the Israeli Defense Ministry's Amen Corner meaning amen, people that will support the Israelis no matter what in Washington. This comment was singled out and became a national controversy. And many of the neocons, both Jews and non-Jews alike, said that when Pat Buchanan said Amen Corner, he meant Jews. Pat Buchanan was insinuating, according to the neocons, that all the Jews in Washington were supporting Israel's war, imputing their motivations, saying that American Jews are Israel first. Imagine that. The article goes on. It says some commentators contended that that latter phrase could be read to mean merely Israel's supporters. But this more benign interpretation was undermined by some of Buchanan's own columns. In one column, written within days of the Amen Corner remark, Buchanan named 4 of those that he had in mind, the Amen Corner. A.M. Rosenthal, the former Assistant Secretary of Defense Richard Pearl, the columnist Charles Krauthammer, and the former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. The Jewishness of these names contrasted with those of the American soldiers, who, in a subsequent piece, Buchanan said would do the fighting if war came to the Gulf. He said kids with names like McAllister, Murphy, Gonzalez, and Leroy Brown will die in the war in Iraq. So, Buchanan says one day, this war is the doing of the Israeli Defense Ministry. They want America to do our bidding, and they own Capitol Hill, and the only ones that want this war in Iraq are the Israeli government and their supporters in America. Everybody says, well, what's the Amen Corner? That's a dog whistle for American Jews. Some people say, no, he didn't mean American Jews. He just meant like neocons in general, people that support Israel. Buchanan comes over a week later and says, no, when I'm referring to the Amen Corner, I mean these 4 Jews. I mean these Jewish writers and these Jewish guys that work at think tanks and the Jewish people inside the Defense Department. Those are the Amen Corner. Those are the only other people in addition to Israel that support the war. And Buchanan contrasted those names. He said, who supports Israel's war in Iraq? Rosenthal, Krauthammer, Pearl, and Kissinger, all Jews. He said, and who's going to die in the war? He said Leroy Brown, McAllister, Murphy, and Gonzalez. Now, what's the implication? The implication is these Jews in America that love Israel because they're Jewish, they're pushing us into a war that benefits Israel that Americans will die in. Specifically, non-Jewish Americans that are Irish, that are white from Appalachia, that are Mexican. People with names like McAllister, Gonzalez, and Leroy Brown, they're going to die for people named Rosenthal, Kissinger, and Krauthammer. That was the comment in the early 1990s that got him attacked by the establishment. Those are the comments that Tucker Carlson was referring to. When Tucker says that Pat Buchanan is insinuating that Jews push America into wars that non-Jews are going to die in, that's the remark he was talking about. The Amen Corner, that's the remark he was talking about. And to Tucker, that is the line between what is acceptable and what is unacceptable. Whether you say that Jewishness and Judaism has anything to do with the neoconservatives in America, the Israel lobby in America, and Israel bringing us to war in the Middle East for their benefit. The distinction is whether you think it's all ideological or whether you think it has to do with
how
their
does
Jewishness,
bro
whether
just
it's
rant for like an
essential.
hour straight?
That's the distinction.
It's actually kind of
Now, the
impressive.
article from UNS goes on. It says, Pat Buchanan decided to challenge George Bush in the Republican primaries, a development that seemed likely to spark an explosive public conflict between the heavily Jewish neocons and their traditionalist conservative rivals, very much like what is happening today. William F. Buckley Jr., who was the founder of National Review, had long reigned as the quasi-pope of the conservatives. He attempted to preempt
Bro,
this looming
Flanco, what's your
conflict by
TikTok?
publishing a book called In Search of Anti-Semitism, a massive 40,000-word article that filled an entire issue of his magazine, National Review, and was later released as a book, coming down on the side of the neocons and sharply criticizing his erstwhile allies like Buchanan and Sobran. So this was the episode, think about it, this was the episode in the 1990s. George H.W. Bush, again, from Yale College, from Skull and Bones, George Bush, the vice president from Yale, from the CIA, who became the president, brought us to war in Iraq at the behest of the neocons. Pat Buchanan, Joseph Sobran, Sam Francis, Russell Kirk, the traditional conservatives rise up and say, this is not America first. This is a war for Israel. Capitol Hill is Israeli-occupied territory, and so is the conservative movement. And the reason they're supporting the war is because they're Jewish. Pat Buchanan challenges the incumbent president, George Bush, in 1992 in the Republican primary and almost wins in New Hampshire, gets a surprising amount of support, and threatens to fracture the movement by serving as a spoiler in that GOP primary in 1992. Buchanan inspires Ross Perot to run as a third party. And some people blame Pat Buchanan and Ross Perot for George Bush's defeat in 1992. Does this sound similar? 8 years later, Tucker Carlson comes out and says what? It's okay to criticize neocons and their wars. It's okay to criticize the Israel lobby. It's okay to talk about the sovereignty of the military. He said what's beyond the pale is this insistence on talking about Judaism, saying that Jewish Americans have to support Israel, saying that non-Jews will die in wars that Jewish push America into. He said that is what is truly anti-Semitic. That is beyond the pale. This mirrors exactly the situation right now, which is that the Israel lobby once again is pushing us into a war in Iran. Who is Donald Trump's vice president right now? J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance, who went to Yale Law School, who is a protege of Peter Thiel, one of the CIA's most important contractors because he built Palantir. And as we talked about last week, J.D. Vance would not exist, would not have had a Senate seat, would not be Trump's vice president without Peter Thiel and actually Tucker Carlson. So just as then, George Bush, head of the CIA from Yale, vice president under Reagan, becomes president, puts us to war in Iraq, as it is now. J.D. Vance, protege of CIA contractor Peter Thiel from Yale Law School. Trump is pushing us into war with Iran at the behest of the neocons. I get up in 2024 and say, do not vote for Trump. This is Israeli-occupied territory. The only people that want a war in Iran are the Israelis in their amen corner. And just as in 1999, what does Tucker Carlson come out and say about me? He said, there are legitimate critics of the neocons like Joe Kent and Vance, but Fuentes is crazy and hateful. He is kooky and an anti-Semite. It's the same situation 30 years ago over a different war and the same monologue, canceling what is really the same figure, relatively the same figure in exactly the same way. As I said at the beginning of the show, this is a story of generations. This story, like all stories, is a story of generations, fathers and sons, and cycles and networks, and the rise and fall of nations. So you could say that in the 1990s, there was a different generation of this battle. There were the paleocons and the neocons, just as there are now. Paleocons, America Firsters, and neocons. But I want to focus a little bit more on William F. Buckley, because as Ron Unz writes in his article, the major attack against Pat Buchanan did not come from Tucker Carlson. At that time, Tucker Carlson was a very low-level journalist, barely got on television, and was not really into public broadcasting. And his attack on Buchanan came in 1999, many years after the initial controversy in 1991. The major attack against Buchanan came from William F. Buckley, who at that time, if you understand anything about the history of the conservative movement, William F. Buckley was considered the intellectual leader of the conservative movement in America. Ron Unz calls him the quasi-pope. And it was William F. Buckley who founded National Review in the 1950s, at the beginning of the Cold War, after World War II. It was William F. Buckley that throughout the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, he is the one that really created the modern doctrine of conservatism. He was behind Barry Goldwater in 1964. He was the intellectual heavyweight behind the fusionist coalition that brought Reagan to power in 1980. So William F. Buckley was the leader of the conservatives, in many ways similar to Tucker Carlson today, or you could argue somebody like Ben Shapiro or somebody like Charlie Kirk. William F. Buckley was dominant. I would argue more dominant than any of them today, back in the 1980s and 1990s. As I said, William F. Buckley wrote a 40,000-word hit piece on Buchanan in 1991 called In Search of Anti-Semitism, filled up a whole issue of the magazine, published as a book, and it sought to cancel Pat Buchanan and push him out of the race so that he could not challenge George Bush in 1992. Now, I want to talk about who William F. Buckley is, because when we work through the biography of William F. Buckley, we're going to discover some startling themes, some startling patterns. And you'll notice there's many of these patterns that show up over and over and over again in consistent themes. Before we get into William F. Buckley, it is important to talk about the CIA and where the CIA came from and how the CIA operates, what its mission is, among other things. Because again, if you go back to last week, my criticism of Tucker Carlson, the central question is Tucker Carlson in the CIA? We talked about his father. We talked about Voice of America. He accused me of being in the CIA. He attacked Pat Buchanan along the same lines that William F. Buckley did 10 years earlier. I want to talk about the CIA and establish some important things to understand about how they operate first, to understand all these stories. So where did the CIA actually come from? The CIA is established in 1947, but it was preceded by an organization called the OSS. And this was a wartime intelligence organization that was started during World War II in the aftermath of some sabotage attacks in New York City and other espionage that was happening during the war on the part of the Germans and the Axis powers that we were fighting. So the OSS forms up. That's the precursor to the CIA. It's a wartime intelligence outfit. Now, we're not going to go into all the particulars and details. There's a couple of things we need to understand about the CIA during World War II and shortly afterward at the beginning of the Cold War. In the first place, some of the most important sources, confidential sources that provided human intelligence for the OSS during World War II came through Italy. The United States invades Italy in 1943. They take over the Italian peninsula, and this is like their springboard into the European continent to fight Hitler and to fight the European Axis powers. The OSS rapidly establishes themselves inside of Italy. And one of the biggest sources of intelligence during the war for the OSS was Jewish refugees that fled Nazi-occupied territory through Italy. The Nazis occupied a vast swath of territory in Germany, in Austria, all over Northern Europe, where a lot of Jews lived. And when the Jews were fleeing Nazi captivity or persecution, they fled to Italy. where they were not going to be subjected to some of the anti-Semitic policies, and ultimately where they were liberated by the United States when the U.S. invaded and landed there. Now, the Jewish refugees fled Germany and Austria into Italy, and they provided a massive source of confidential intelligence for U.S. wartime intelligence. And you have to understand why that is. Those Jewish refugees had information about Germany, about Austria. What's more, they spoke the language. They spoke German. They spoke the lingua franca of the Nazi Empire. Also, they were hostile to the Nazi Empire, being Jews. So these Jews that were leaving Nazi Germany, these are like ready-made intelligence units because they hate the enemy, they speak the enemy's language, and they used to live on the enemy's territory. So very quickly, in the 1940s, U.S. wartime intelligence is using these Jewish refugees to get information on the Nazis. They're using Jewish refugees as intelligence agents, penetrating Nazi Germany along the border. The person that ran this intelligence operation was a guy named James Jesus Angleton. He was in charge of all of the OSS operations on the Italian peninsula, and he got in charge a little bit later, but he got there in 1943 with the rest of the Allies. And it was Angleton who was running this operation. And Angleton saw the value of these Jewish refugees as intelligence officers. They were a great asset for what would become the CIA. This is important to understand. Now, later on, of course, the Allies win World War II. We defeat Nazi Germany. And in the next 5 years after the war is won, the United States enters a Cold War with the Soviet Union. And all of a sudden, the Soviet Union becomes the primary adversary. 1947, the OSS becomes the CIA. James Angleton becomes one of the founding fathers of the CIA. And he is put in charge of being a liaison between U.S. intelligence and foreign intelligence agencies. 1948, the State of Israel is declared. They declare their independence. They fight a brief war with the Arabs. The U.S. recognizes them. And James Angleton begins liaising with Israeli intelligence as part of his job description, founding father of the CIA, running counterintelligence, and working as a liaison with our allied intel agencies. Pursuant to the emerging Cold War, the Soviet Union became our primary adversary. But there was a big problem. An Iron Curtain had descended onto Europe. The Soviets were not letting anybody leave the Soviet Union, or later on, the Warsaw Pact countries. The Soviet Union was a closed-off society. Joseph Stalin made it like a fortress. And so, in the early days of the CIA, in the early days of the Cold War, we had no knowledge of what was happening inside the Soviet Union. We had no human intelligence, no sources that were inside of Russia, and Stalin had created this impenetrable fortress. There was no way to get in. That is until the 1950s. During the 1950s, there was a major aliyah. An aliyah is when the Jewish people leave their country from the diaspora and go to Israel. There's been many waves of aliyahs over the years. I think there's 6 or 7 major aliyahs. This is when a Jew makes their pilgrimage, they leave, and they return to the Holy Land to reside in Israel. In the 1950s, there was a major aliyah of Jews. Russia had a massive Jewish population. They left the Soviet Union and went to Israel. James Angleton understood the value of Jewish refugees as an intelligence source. Just as in Italy during World War II, Austrian and German Jews were very helpful human sources to tell us secrets about Nazi Germany, and they spoke the language, and they carried out operations, and they knew about those countries in which they resided. Angleton, now running the foreign desk at the newly created CIA, he saw the value in Jewish refugees that left the Soviet Union and went to Israel. And so James Angleton began a working relationship with the Israeli intelligence agencies like Shin Bet and Mossad. And a quid pro quo relationship was established. Israel understood, just like Angleton did, the value of the intelligence that the Jews leaving Russia had for the United States. And Israel was not going to give that intelligence away for free. As the Jewish refugees left Russia and came into Israel, the Israeli intelligence agencies like Shin Bet would pick them up off the street and interview them. They would gather all the information and put them under confidence. They would gather all the information that the Russian Jewish refugees had, and they would go to their liaison from the CIA, James Angleton, and they would offer him a deal. The Israeli intelligence agencies would say, if you give us American intelligence on our adversaries, like Egypt and Syria, if you give us intelligence on nuclear weapons, then we will give you the intelligence from our Jewish refugees that left Russia. That was the quid pro quo relationship that went from the 1950s until Angleton left the Israel desk in the early 1970s. So from the very beginning, from the 40s during the time of the OSS in World War II, through to the beginning and the height of the Cold War in the time of the CIA, you have to understand that U.S. intelligence and Israeli intelligence, in particular Jewish refugees, were inextricably connected. So much so, many people talk about the assassination of John F. Kennedy and the role of the CIA in it. People point to James Angleton. James Angleton managed a team of hundreds of people with a black budget. Many of them oversaw the handling of John F. Kennedy's assassin, Lee Harvey Oswald. The people that opened Lee Harvey Oswald's mail and read it, the people that met with him in real life, they were Jewish. They were Jewish refugees from Russia. And they were a part of Angleton's hand-picked team working with a black budget, liaising with the state of Israel. The CIA and Israeli intelligence from the jump were intertwined like this. And the reason for this is not hard to understand. This is another thing to comprehend about the CIA before we get into William F. Buckley. James Jesus Angleton was not Jewish. He was American. He came from Idaho. And you might say, was he Jewish? Was he secretly Jewish? What was the motivation? It was pretty simple. James Angleton was a virulent and fierce anti-communist. He would do anything to fight the Soviet Union. And in the 1950s, when we had no idea what was happening in Russia, he would do anything to get his hands on intelligence about Russia and about the Soviet Union, even if it meant working with the Israelis, even if it meant giving the Israelis classified information about nuclear weapons. What's more, James Angleton saw Israel as an ally against the Soviet Union in the Middle East. After 1955, Egypt and Syria were armed by the Soviet Union. They received weapons, tanks, planes, and over the 50s, 60s, and 70s, moved further and further into the orbit of the Soviet Union. And on the great chessboard of communism versus capitalism during the Cold War, the CIA and the Defense Department, all these different anti-communists, they saw Israel as a bulwark against Soviet communist influence in the Middle East. So that was the basis of their cooperation. Just like in World War II, they wanted to defeat the Nazis so that the United States could liberate Europe. During the Cold War, they wanted to defeat the Soviet Union. That's why they backed Israel and used Jews as an intelligence agency, effectively. Something else was created in the 1950s. This is the last thing we need to establish about the CIA before we get into William F. Buckley. What the CIA was really worried about in the 1950s was the ideological battle that the communists were waging on America. Because in addition to the Cold War being an arms race, a space race, being fought in proxy wars in Asia, Latin America, and in the Middle East, it was also an ideological battle. And in the same way that the Soviet Union was providing weapons and building nuclear weapons and doing all of these conventional or non-conventional military activities, the Soviet Union was also supporting an international communist element. They were backing communist political parties. They were backing communist book clubs, campus organizations, backing communist intellectuals. And if you know anything about the Red Scare, which happened in the 20s and then again in the 50s, and really was in place throughout the duration of the existence of the Soviet Union, the US government and CIA, first the FBI, then the CIA, were very concerned about communist and Soviet penetration of American society through the use of spies, double agents, pushing communist ideology. So just like the Soviets, the CIA also engaged in an information ideological war. The Soviets gave weapons, the CIA gave weapons. The Soviets fought proxy wars, so did the CIA. The Soviets developed a space program for the purpose of missiles, so did the CIA with Project Paperclip. And just like the Soviet Union had communist ideological allies all across the world, so did the CIA. In the 1950s, the CIA backed a program called the Congress for Cultural Freedom. And I'll read this blurb about it. This is from Wikipedia. It says, in 1950, a group of intellectuals founded an organization called the Congress for Cultural Freedom with the aim of consolidating an anti-totalitarian intellectual community around the globe. The CCF's connections with the United States CIA were definitively established 16 and 17 years later in reports by the New York Times and Ramparts magazine, respectively. They claimed that the CIA, operating through a series of dummy foundations, had been instrumental in organizing and funding the CCF. Two people who were critical at the very beginning, and this will be important later, are Irving Kristol and James Burnham. They were both there in Berlin in West Germany at the founding of the CCF.
Burnham.
Congress for Cultural Freedom in the 50s and 60s claimed to be an organization of pro-freedom intellectuals, many of them liberal. Many of them were left-wing or center-left liberal. And the claim of the Congress for Cultural Freedom is that they were leftists or liberals against radicalism, against communism. Some of them were even Trotskyites, but they were against Stalinism and against the Soviet Union. Some of the biggest names in the conservative movement in the 50s and 60s. Some of the biggest magazines with the conservative or even liberal ideological orientation in the 50s and 60s received money from the Congress for Cultural Freedoms. Many names you'd recognize were involved with this group. And throughout those 2 decades, nobody knew that the entire time this outfit, which was providing seed money for magazines, radio stations, TV stations, books, book clubs, you name it, it was receiving money from the CIA the entire time. Many of the constituent projects did not even know about the connection. The Congress would provide money for a small magazine. They'd provide a grant for an intellectual. And the recipients of these grants themselves, in some cases, did not even know that ultimately the money came from the CIA. That was revealed many years later. So this is important to understand about how intelligence in America operates. Again, World War II and the Cold War, they're relying upon Jewish refugees. They see Israel as a bulwark against communism. The CIA, even the elements that are not Jewish, or even necessarily sympathetic to Israel because it is Jewish, they were very pro-Jewish because of what they believed they could gain in their fight against the Soviet Union with the organized Jewish community in the world and with the state of Israel. And then, and aside from that, the CIA is fighting an ideological battle against totalitarianism, against Stalinism. And so they're backing a lot of conservative intellectuals, liberal and conservative, that are saying, you know, even if they're not conservative, they're against radicalism. They're against the turn of the American left to full-fledged socialism and communism. And that is so that they could fortify American democracy and democracy even in Europe. Now we got to get into William F. Buckley, understanding these things. So William F. Buckley is the head of National Review, criticizing Patrick Buchanan in 1991. But where does William F. Buckley come from? I'll read to you a little bit from his bio. William F. Buckley enrolled at Yale University after World War II. Very important that he was from Yale. He joined the Skull and Bones Secret Society. If you recall, so did George H.W. Bush about a year before he did, and so did other prominent people too. He edited the Yale Daily News, a student newspaper. In 1951, he was recruited into the CIA and worked with E. Howard Hunt in Mexico City, where his father had an oil company. While with the CIA, he published a book called God and Man at Yale, The Superstitions of Academic Freedom. Later, he left the CIA and became editor of the American Mercury. He continued to be active in right-wing politics. In 1953, he established the Intercollegiate Society of Individualists. So he's at Yale University after the war. He's recruited by one of his professors into the CIA. He allegedly leaves the CIA, and then he forms up this group called ISI, Intercollegiate Society of Individuals, which was created to counter a group of the same acronym of a similar name that was formed up by communists to support socialism. Then, in 1955, he hits his big break. He founds National Review with Leo Bazell. The early senior cadres of the journal included Yale professor Wilmore Kendall, who, as the chief CIA recruiter at Yale, was responsible for recruiting William F. Buckley into the CIA. It also included James Burnham, who was working for the OSS during World War II and was active in the Congress for Cultural Freedom. He was also reputed to have had a hand in the successful plan to overthrow Iran's Mossadegh and install the Shah in 1953. Also on the original board was William Rusher, formerly a hard right captain in Army military intelligence. Marvin Lieberman met William F. Buckley in the 1950s and also helped to found the National Review. He was active in CIA projects internationally, including the Committee for a Free Asia, the World Anti-Communist League, and the American Chilean Council. Another OSS officer, William Casey, drew up the legal documents for the National Review. So, William F. Buckley is at Yale. He gets recruited to the CIA by his professor, Wilmore Kendall. Then, after allegedly leaving the CIA, he forms up a Society for Free Market Individualists, a campus group, then starts up the National Review with no fewer than 5 former OSS or former CIA officers, including his professor that recruited him into the CIA, who was the head recruiter of the CIA at Yale, including James Burnham, who was at the founding of the Congress for Cultural Freedom. So it is obvious from the very beginning that William F. Buckley has a very similar story to Tucker Carlson. He's at an Ivy League university in New England, like Tucker Carlson. He's recruited by a professor to form up a student newspaper, write a conservative book against the communists, and to start up National Review, a publication that he had the help in founding with 5 other CIA officers, including ones that were involved in the Congress for Cultural Freedom, which was providing grants and money on behalf of the CIA to anti-communist projects. This is William F. Buckley. But he wasn't the only one to attack Patrick Buchanan.
Do not go in
What is
there.
the basis of attacking Patrick Buchanan in the 1990s? Tucker Carlson then, just like now, and even William F. Buckley too, they said the problem with Pat Buchanan is that there is a legitimate fight against certain neocons. William F. Buckley eventually endorsed Pat Buchanan. Tucker Carlson considers himself an adversary of the neocons. They said the problem with Pat Buchanan and people like me is not that we're working for the neocons. It's not that we're the enemy. The subtle critique by Buckley and Carlson, 2 creatures of the CIA, is that both of us are hurting the real battle against the neocons. And they take issue with the fact that me and Pat Buchanan did not treat this as an ideological phenomenon, but as a Jewish phenomenon, as an ethnic or religious phenomenon. It's important to establish now who the neocons even are. If that is the battle between the America Firsters and the neocons, if we can all agree on that, but there is a battle within America First about who's really fighting the neocons, and we look at who's on either side of that battle. It's William F. Buckley and Tucker Carlson against Pat Buchanan and Nick Fuentes. It's Buckley at Yale, recruited in the CIA, founded National Review with the CIA, Tucker Carlson with his dad running Voice of America, against Pat Buchanan and Nick Fuentes, the cranks, the crazies, the anti-Semites. Well, it might help elucidate who the real enemy of the neocons are to take a look at the neocons themselves. This is a blurb from Ron Unz talking about the neocons from the same article as before.
ship for supplies.
That's his quote. The term neoconservative had originally appeared in the early 1970s, applied by critics to a small group of social scientists and other intellectuals who had rejected the radicalism of the 1960s and gravitated towards more moderate positions. In 1965, Irving Kristol co-founded The Public Interest, a semi-academic quarterly journal focused on matters of social policy. Many of these individuals were Jews originally from New York City, often with deep personal roots in the non-Stalinist left, including Trotskyites. Also around that time, Commentary Magazine, edited by Norman Podhoretz and based in the same city, New York, moved in a similar direction, replacing its enthusiasm for the radical new left with sharp criticism, becoming the leading American publication associated with the early neoconservative movement. In those pre-internet days, professionally produced print publications with a national circulation were an extremely scarce intellectual resource, and as such, could serve as the focal point for a nascent ideological movement.
Life support on the way.
Okay? This is an important point to understand. In the 2020s, how do people get their ideas and information? We get it from social media. 15, 20, 30 years ago, how did people get their information? Cable news, television. But in those days, in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, the policymakers, the politicians, the intellectuals, they were influenced by intellectual magazines. Now, even if the magazines did not have a huge readership, even if they were not read by millions of people or even hundreds of thousands of people, even if they were read by a small audience, it matters who that audience was. And in those days, that audience was the opinion makers, the taste makers, the policy makers, the intelligentsia. So what Unz is talking about, and this is critical to understand the influence of the neocons, is that the Congress for Cultural Freedom with the CIA is funding all these small magazines. And you might not understand the significance of it, but these small magazines, these radio stations, these international television programs, like we talked about last week, as Dick Carlson himself said, this is the lifeblood, this is the bread and butter of political movements, domestically and internationally. This is the intellectual juice behind them. This influences them. So the article says, in the pre-internet days, it is these professional publications, which were scarce, the national circulation professional publications that would be the focal point for an ideological movement. And that's how the neoconservatives got started. It says, but Commentary, one such magazine, again edited by Norman Podhoretz, was also the flagship publication of the American Jewish Committee. And Podhoretz himself deeply identified with Jewish issues. Those factors impacted his editorial line, which naturally included a major focus upon Israel and the Middle East along the plight of Soviet Jewry. Partly for such reasons, a hawkish foreign policy, including heavy emphasis on the Cold War, became important neocon concerns. So think about how this develops. We got to back up and talk about the history again. So in the 1950s, we are in a Cold War with the Soviet Union. And very quickly it becomes clear that Jews are going to be the intermediary between the Soviet Union and the United States. It is going to be Jews, Jewish spies, Jewish double agents. They act as the mediators. They're conducting arbitrage between the Soviets and the Americans. I'll give you a few examples. In 1949, the Soviet Union detonates an atomic bomb. How did the Soviet Union get the bomb when the Americans developed it in secrecy? How did the Soviets get it before the British, before the French? They got it through Jewish spies, like Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, who were Jewish communists in America that passed the secrets to Soviet spies. In 1956, Nikita Khrushchev, the general secretary who succeeded Joseph Stalin after his death in 1953, Khrushchev gave a famous speech in 1956, de-Stalinizing the Communist Party. For the first time ever, He destroyed the cult of personality around Stalin by criticizing the excesses of the purges and other policies like the 5-year plans that Stalin inflicted on Russia. It was so secretive, it was called the secret speech, and it was only delivered to the Communist Party. But the United States got their hands on it. How? Because of Jewish refugees that left the Soviet Union, gave it to Shin Bet, the Israeli intelligence agency, who gave it to the CIA. So how did the Soviets get the bomb? Jewish spies. How did the Americans get the secret speech? Jewish spies. If the United States is fighting a spy war, an intelligence war with the Soviet Union, Jews are going to be a very big part of that. And why is that? Because Jews live in Russia, Jews live in the United States. They live in Germany, they live in France, they live in the United Kingdom, they live in Italy. And they don't have allegiance to their home countries. They might have allegiance to Israel. They might have ideological affinity with communism. They might have ideological affinity with capitalism. But because they're not, strictly speaking, American or Russian by ethnicity, or Italian or French, because they are stateless, they become free agents. And they can pick sides depending on their ideology, depending on their ideals. So an American Jew could be a ideological communist in their heart and betray America. A Russian Jew could be born in Russia but betray the Soviet Union because they're American in their heart. They're capitalist in their heart.
Same time.
Because they flee to Israel and they want to support Israel. Okay? So during the 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s, you have Americans that are engaged in a Cold War with the Soviet Union. But American Jewry, Russian Jewry, and Israel are somewhere in the middle. Now, the Americans are fighting with the Russians in Cuba, in Korea, in Vietnam. We're in the middle of an arms race, a space race. And for those that don't know, the space race is really an arms race. Because when we're building rockets that are ostensibly supposed to do satellites and go to the moon, they also have a dual use, which is as intercontinental ballistic missiles. So in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, Americans are going crazy. The American leadership is going crazy because we're saying, how do we defeat this enemy? They seem to be everywhere. These countries are falling like dominoes. And the Soviets have a bigger conventional force in Europe. They have a bigger nuclear arsenal. They might have the advantage. This is what's happening in America. And so the Americans are funding these magazines to stall and to forestall communist influence in Europe and the United States. But there's something happening at the same time, which is that Israel is fighting a war for independence. Israel declares its independence in 1948. They fight a war with Egypt and Syria. Jewish organized crime in America runs guns illegally to Israel, which helps Israel decisively defeat a coalition of Egypt and Syria in the war. And an unsteady peace breaks out. In 1955, Israel does a major raid on Gaza and kills 35 Egyptians. Egypt is not receiving arms from the United States and Europe, but Israel is. So what does Egypt do? President Nasser turns to the Soviet Union. And the Soviet Union begins supplying weapons to Israel's enemies, Egypt and Syria. In 1956, Israel goes to war with Egypt. Throughout the 50s and 60s, Israel's at war with its neighbors, with the Palestinians, with terrorist groups. Israel is fighting for its very survival. And as time goes on, Egypt and Syria and all the other Muslim countries are moving closer to the Soviet Union, and Israel is moving closer to the United States. By the mid-1960s, when Lyndon Johnson is installed in the United States, we start pouring weapons into Israel. Whereas up until 1963, we were not giving Israel a lot of weapons, and that was in the pursuit of balance between Israel and the Arabs. All of a sudden, we were giving them tons of guns. And we really made the decision that Israel was going to be our country. They were going to be our bulwark against communism in the Middle East. Something very important happens in 1967. In 1967, Israel sees an opportunity to strike a crushing blow on Egypt and Syria, its prime adversaries, its most powerful adversaries on its southern and northern border. In the Six-Day War, Israel flies into Egypt and destroys its air force. Then Israel flies into Syria and destroys its air force. With total air superiority, Israel invades Gaza, Israel invades the Sinai Peninsula from Egypt, and then Israel in the north takes the Golan Heights and nearly sieges Damascus in the north inside of Syria. And in 6 days, the war is over. Israel is bigger than ever. It now occupies not just the entire Mandate of Palestine, the West Bank and Gaza, but it also occupies the Sinai and the Golan Heights. Israel is massive. Now, in response to this sneak attack, the Soviet Union begins giving more support to Egypt and Syria. The left wing in America, the American political left, has a harsh
Let me
reaction.
go grab some shit.
They view the Israeli war as aggression, as provocative. They view it as an occupation of these third world countries. And so the American political left and the Soviet Union turn against Israel. In 1973, Egypt and Syria have their revenge. They launch a surprise attack on Israel. Egypt invades the Sinai Peninsula from the Suez Canal. Syria invades the Golan simultaneously. Israel is caught totally off guard. They're almost overrun and defeated. They come very close to the brink of annihilation. The United States initially is reluctant to bail them out. Israel threatens to use nuclear weapons. The Prime Minister of Israel at the time, Golda Meir, calls up Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger and says, if you don't give us support, if you don't bail us out, we will have to take extraordinary measures, implying nuclear weapons. And they begin taking their nuclear warheads and putting them in public view of satellite imagery to send the message to Nixon and Kissinger. Nixon and Kissinger bail out Israel with a massive airlift of weapons. And there's a very contentious period of negotiations between the Americans and the Soviets, the Israelis and the Egyptians, but eventually the war is settled. In 1975, the Soviet Union goes to the United Nations and they pass a resolution saying that Zionism is racism. The Soviet Union is now fully against Israel, and they're against Israel because they're backing Syria, they're backing Egypt, which Israel has just invaded, attacked, at war with, violating the terms of the ceasefire. The Soviet Union is backing Israel's enemies and passing resolutions in the UN objecting to Zionism itself. And the Soviet Union's allies in America, the American political left, is also decidedly against Israel. They say that Israel's colonizers, racists. They take the side of the Egyptians and the Syrians. And this is where many of the Jewish left-wingers that were supported by the Congress for Cultural Freedom in the 50s and 60s.
Rivals when?
Now remember, they themselves were communists. They were from New York. They were liberals. They were leftists. Remember, the purpose of the Congress for Cultural Freedom was to beat back the ideological influence of the Soviet Union by steering the left away from communism and Stalinism and towards a more moderate form of left-wing politics. And many of those intellectuals were part of a Jewish New York intellectual scene in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. All these guys were left-wingers. And the neocons like Irving Kristol and Norm Podhoretz, they were left-wing too. But when they saw the American political left's reaction to 67 and 73.
You'll surrender?
When they saw the Soviet Union's resolution at the UN.
Surrender, buddy.
When they saw the Soviet Union go firmly behind Egypt and Syria. That is when the Jewish neocons flipped. And this is what they had to say about it. These are the two preeminent neocons, Irving Kristol and Norm Podhoretz. Irving Kristol, in a Wall Street Journal essay titled Notes on Yom Kippur, said that he admitted to a Jewish instinct for impending disaster. He wrote, "I care desperately. I sense deep down that what happens to Israel will be decisive for Jewish history and for the kinds of lives my grandchildren and great-grandchildren will be leading. In such a war, not only is the whole of the Jewish past at stake, but also the whole of the Jewish future." That's Irving Kristol, the godfather of neoconservatism. That's Irving Kristol, the godfather of neoconservatism, who founded what was at the time the most influential neocon magazine in the 1960s, which is The Public Interest. He said in his notes on the Yom Kippur War that the whole of Jewish history is at stake. He sensed it. Norm Podhoretz, who founded Commentary Magazine, which is arguably the second or first most influential neocon magazine after Public Interest, Norman Podhoretz had this to say about the 1975 resolution by the Soviet Union. He said, quote, "The resolution did not merely condemn the state of Israel for alleged crimes against the Palestinians or for discriminating against its own Arab citizens. What the resolution did was to denounce the state of Israel itself as an illegitimate entity. The very idea of a sovereign Jewish state in the Middle East, let alone the actuality of one, no matter what its boundaries might be, was by definition declared criminal. In the eyes of this resolution, Israel could only cease to be criminal if it ceased to be both Jewish and sovereign. If, in other words, it ceased to exist. Returning to the boundaries of 1967 or even the boundaries of 1948 would make not the slightest difference, for the resolution did not concern boundaries or occupied territories. It concerned the right of a sovereign Jewish state of any size or shape to exist in the Middle East." In a profile of Podhoretz, it said, quote, "He felt deeply betrayed by the American left, and not to mention the Europeans, who became critical of the Jewish state after the 1967 war, and even more so after the Yom Kippur War in 1973. Podhoretz later wrote that after the war, he would direct commentary to become more aggressive than it had ever been before in defending Jewish interests, both at home and abroad. So you have these Jewish leftists in New York. They're being funded by the CIA. These Jewish intellectual leftists, they're being funded by the CIA to curb the radical tendencies, the Stalinist, Soviet sympathetic tendencies of the American left wing. And they're working hand in glove with the CIA, who's also against the Soviet Union. But as Israel progresses in its own story, Israel finds itself at odds, in peril, with its Soviet-backed neighbors. And in a series of wars, starting in 67, leading into 73, American Jewish leftists realize the Soviet Union is really the enemy. Because the Soviet Union and the American left, if they had it their way, they would make it so that Israel doesn't exist. The Soviets are backing Israel's enemies, and the American left is backing the Soviets' claim that Israel has no right to exist. And so the two preeminent neocons, they would become the preeminent leaders of the neoconservative movement, Irving Kristol and Norm Podhoretz, they are liberals, they are leftists.
Holy
they say,
shit.
We are no longer of the left. We feel betrayed. We are no longer supporting the European left. We feel betrayed by Europe, by the American left wing, to some extent by our fellow liberals, leftists, even communists.
Nah, that guy needs the fucking
Because
rope,
they have no
bro.
sympathy for Israel as Israel is being destroyed. And this is why they turn to the right. This is from PBS. It says, quote, "The neoconservatives were mostly former leftists who deserted George McGovern's Democratic Party in protest against its opposition to the war in Vietnam. While it was true that many neocons were Jewish, so too was the Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. The turning point for them came in 1973 with Israel's near defeat at the hands of the Arabs. It was Kissinger himself who observed in his memoirs that the Yom Kippur War, quote, completed the neocons' conversion to geopolitical realities. Henceforth, they agitated in favor of a U.S. foreign policy that melded fervent anti-communism with uncompromising support for Israel." Now, I want to get into their biographies. That is what made them neoconservatives. What did they do as neoconservatives? This is the New York Times on Irving Kristol. It says, quote, "Mr. Kristol exerted an influence across generations from William F. Buckley to the columnist David Brooks. Through a variety of positions he held over a long career, including executive vice president of Basic Books, the contributor to the Wall Street Journal, and a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. He was commonly known as the godfather of neoconservatism. In probably his most widely quoted comment, Mr. Kristol defined a neoconservative as a liberal who had been mugged by reality. Mr. Crystal translated his concerns into a magazine. In 1965, with a $10,000 contribution from a wealthy acquaintance, he founded the Public Interest magazine. Its founding is considered the beginning of neoconservatism. For more than 6 decades, beginning in 1942, when he and other recent graduates of City College founded Enquiry, a journal of independent radical thought, his life revolved around magazines. Besides the Public Interest, Mr. Crystal published, edited, and wrote for journals of opinion like Commentary, Encounter, The New Leader, The Reporter, and The National Interest. All were little magazines with limited circulation, but Mr. Crystal valued the quality of his readership more than the quantity. He said with a circulation of a few hundred, you could change the world. So he wrote for Commentary, founded the Public Interest, and also edited Encounter. Norman Podhoretz, his close friend, served as Commentary's editor-in-chief from 1960 until his retirement in 1995. He is still its editor-at-large. From 1981 to 1987, Podhoretz was an advisor to the U.S. Information Agency. From 1995 to 2003, he was a senior fellow at the Hudson Institute. American-Israeli journalist Benjamin Ballant, and former editor at Commentary, described the magazine as the contentious magazine that transformed the Jewish left into the neoconservative right. Historian and literary critic Richard Pelz said no other journal of the past half century has been so consistently influential or so central to the major debates that have transformed the political and intellectual life of the United States. This is Irving Kristol and Norman Podhoretz. Now again, according to Ron Unz, according to Irving Kristol himself, according to the New York Times, it is these little magazines that they were founding which are changing the world. It's Irving Kristol at Encounter. It is Norman Podhoretz at Commentary. These are 2 magazines that they say are changing the world. What is the basis of their influence? What is the conversion? How are they changing the world? What is the basis of the neoconservative movement? Both Irving Kristol and Norm Podhoretz, the godfather and the patriarch of the neocon movement at these magazines.
What do you want, bitches?
They are both Jews from New York City. They're both left-wing Jews. They're both deeply involved with the CIA. And both of them, after Israel was under attack, turned against the American left, against the radicals, turned against the Soviet Union, and gradually, from 1965 until 1975, transitioned from being Jewish leftists to neoconservatives. Now, Irving Kristol's comment is instructive. Irving Kristol's most famous adage is that the neocons, the essence of what it is to be a neocon, is that they were liberals who got mugged by reality. But let's deconstruct that. Who were the liberals that got mugged by reality? Irving Kristol and Norman Podhoretz. The liberals that got mugged by reality and became the neocons were Jewish leftists. They weren't liberals. They were Jewish leftists that got mugged by reality. In particular, they were Jewish leftists who were backed by the CIA that got mugged by reality. And how did they get mugged by reality? What is he referring to? How did the Jewish left turn into the neoconservative right? If the neocons are libs that got mugged by reality, what mugged them? What does that mean exactly? When Henry Kissinger said they were converted to geopolitical reality, what does he mean? Well, Irving Kristol and Norman Podhoretz say in their own words, they realized that the left had gone too radical when it turned against Israel. When the Soviet Union, under Leonid Brezhnev, started promulgating an anti-Israel doctrine on the basis that Israel was a colonial capitalist power. When the Soviet Union backed Egypt and Syria to the hilt, so much so they almost defeated Israel. And when the non-Jewish American left turned against Israel and made those same arguments that Israel is racist, Israel's a settler colonial state, Israel is an outpost of capitalism and colonialism, that is how they got mugged by reality. The Jewish left got mugged by the non-Jewish Soviet Union and the non-Jewish American and European left that turned against Israel. Irving Kristol and Norm Podhoretz said, if Israel goes down, the whole Jewish future is in jeopardy. And who is pushing Israel to the brink of destruction? The left, the Soviet Union and the American left. And both Irving Kristol and Norm Podhoretz said, after Yom Kippur, they became increasingly pro-Jewish, and they married their intense support for Israel to the anti-communism, anti-Soviet Union, Cold War hawk ideological position. Now, there's an interesting fact here. Irving Kristol founded or worked with Encounter magazine in the United Kingdom. Encounter magazine was funded by the Congress for Cultural Freedom. Irving Kristol was present at the founding of the Congress for Cultural Freedom in the 1950s. So that CIA effort to back left-wing anti-Stalinist intellectuals, to curb left-wing radicalism, to curb the Soviet intellectual penetration of America, Irving Kristol was there at its founding in Berlin in the 1950s, and his magazine Encounter got money from the Congress for Cultural Freedom through the CIA. That's the godfather of neoconservatism and public interest, who, according to the New York Times obituary, created the neocon movement when he founded that magazine. And Norman Podhoretz, who founded Commentary, he's the patriarch of the neocon movement. Norman Podhoretz hired Irving Kristol as a writer at Commentary, and Commentary is a project of the American Jewish Committee, which is the representative, that is the head of all the American Jewish groups. It goes back to 1904 and is involved deeply with the early Zionist movement, the State of Israel, and American Jewry. Are you starting to see? So the CIA from its very beginning is working with these Jewish refugees from Nazism, from the Soviets. The most ferocious Cold Warriors see the Jews and then later Israel as an asset against the Soviet Union. They start backing Jewish left-wing intellectuals, paying them to start up these magazines to curb their Stalinist pro-Soviet tendencies. But as the Cold War goes on, Israel becomes entrenched as an American ally. Israel's enemies become entrenched as Soviet allies. And as Israel comes into its own, as it develops a nuclear weapon, as it becomes armed by the United States and becomes something like a regional power, it comes into confrontation with Syria and Egypt, who are pushed into the corner of the Soviet Union, which supplies them with more and more weapons. And that makes the Soviet Union more and more anti-Israel. And finally, in '73, when this leads to a catastrophe, which is the Soviet Union backing an Arab invasion of Israel that almost destroys Israel, the Jewish left, backed by the CIA, gets mugged by reality. And they say, now it's personal. Before, we were moderate leftists, backed by the CIA, generally pro-Jewish, but somewhat ambivalent about Zionism. They said they had this awakening. If Israel goes down, we all go down. And if Israel goes down, it'll be because of the communists, the American left, and their allies, the Arabs.
Fuentes.
And we have to redouble our efforts to defeat all of them. The American left, the Muslims, the Arabs, and the communists. And it is Irving Kristol and Norm Podhoretz, the leaders of neoconservatism, through their influential magazines paid by the CIA, that influenced the Jewish intelligentsia to abandon nothing about their liberal ideology other than their pacifism. The only conversion to speak of, they're still liberal. They're still center-left liberals, pro-immigration, pro-free markets, all this kind of stuff. The only thing they changed their mind on is we gotta destroy the Soviet Union because it's gonna destroy Israel first if we don't. Now, returning back to the original point here, William F. Buckley and Tucker Carlson say, you can attack the neocons all day, but if you, like Pat Buchanan, say that there's an amen corner in the US that's all Jewish, the Jews want the Gentiles to die in their wars, if you say it has anything to do with Judaism, You're a real anti-Semite, and that's a problem. But the essence of neoconservatism is its Jewishness. And when you read the godfathers of neoconservatism, they're not ambiguous about it at all. Irving Kristol said, "Notes on the Yom Kippur War. I sense deep down whatever happens to Israel is decisive for Jewish history and for the lives of my grandchildren and great-grandchildren. The whole of the Jewish past and future is at stake." That's the godfather of neoconservatism on why he founded neoconservatism. And the why is that if Israel's destroyed, then my Jewish grandchildren will not live healthy, prosperous lives. And you're telling me neoconservatism has nothing to do with Jewishness? Norm Podhoretz, his magazine was created by the American Jewish Committee. And he said the same thing. After Yom Kippur, he said he would become more aggressive than ever in defending Jewish interests at home and abroad. These are indisputably the godfathers of neoconservatism. They each founded the most important publications that created the neocon movement, Public Interest and Commentary. And they say they went from Jewish left to neocon right because Israel was almost destroyed by the Soviet Union. That's what makes them neocons, and that's why they want America to fight the Soviet Union and the Soviets' client states in the Middle East. Egypt, Syria, and then later Iraq, Iran. Hello? And you're telling me that if we say that the Amen Corner, Rosenthal, Krauthammer, Kissinger, if we point out that they're all Jews, we're anti-Semitic? That's what it is. Now let's take it even a step further. You have not seen anything yet. You have seen nothing yet because I am about to blow your fucking mind. Okay?
You ready?
So Irving Kristol was there at the foundation of the Congress for Cultural Freedom in the 1950s. That's the CIA's program to fund these intellectual movements. Later, he's the godfather of neoconservatism. He creates a magazine called Encounter, which gets money from the CIA. He claims he'll defend Jewish interests at home and abroad after Yom Kippur for the sake of his Jewish children and grandchildren. His buddy, James Burnham, was at the founding board of National Review when Bill Buckley, who was also CIA, founded that magazine. Irving Kristol also undertook another project. Do you remember I talked about the Intercollegiate Studies Institute? Or the Intercollegiate Society of Individualists that William Buckley founded in 1953? Well, Irving Kristol did something very similar in 1979. Okay? How was William F. Buckley recruited? He was recruited at Yale by his professor, who was a CIA recruiter at Yale. That was his job. And when William F. Buckley graduated and created National Review, he hired his CIA recruiter professor on the board of National Review, as well as a Congress for Cultural Freedom founding member.
There's no way that thing took damage, right?
And his conservative magazine in the 50s. This is how the CIA operates. If you're the CIA, how do you find precocious intelligence assets? How do you find people that have a skill for intelligence? You go to the elite schools. Where do you find the smartest people? Where do you find the smartest, most high status, most elite people in American society? The Ivy League schools. You go to Yale. You go to Dartmouth. You go to Columbia. And you go to these 18-year-olds, 20-year-olds who are conservative leaning. And you get their professors who teach them in their classes to pay attention and read their papers. Oh, William F. Buckley seems conservative. He would be a good fit for the CIA. He will help us win this intellectual Cold War. So the CIA gets faculty at the universities, at the Ivy Leagues, who teach the best and brightest, to monitor them, to groom them from a very early age, to watch their careers with great interest. This one's smart, this one's precocious, this one's conservative. He'd make a good CIA officer, and they groom them over time. They encourage those ideological tendencies. They encourage them to write. Bill Buckley wrote at the Yale Daily. Bill Buckley founded the National Review and a campus group with his CIA recruiter professor. This is how this stuff works. Now, Irving Kristol, his contemporary, who again is the godfather of neoconservatism, there at the founding of the Congress for Cultural Freedom with James Burnham, who was at the founding of National Review, Bill Buckley's paper. Irving Kristol, who founded Encounter, funded by the CIA. Irving Kristol. Irving Kristol,
Yo,
who
you
said, I'm a
still
neocon
talking?
now because of the Yom Kippur
Wizard?
War and my Jewish great-grandchildren. In 1979, Irving Kristol founds an organization called the Institute for Educational Affairs. This is the story about that group from Wikipedia. They responded to a request by 2 University of Chicago students for startup funding for a conservative newspaper called Counterpoint. Do you know who founded that magazine? John Podhoretz, Norm Podhoretz's father. So Irving Kristol and Norm Podhoretz found the neocon movement in the 1960s. In 1979, Irving Kristol starts up an educational group called the IEA, Institute for Educational Affairs. And Irving Kristol provides the startup money for Norm Podhoretz's kid, John, to found Counterpoint at the University of Chicago in 79.
Would you care to check your mail?
It gets better. By 1980, this grant program expands and is called the Collegiate Network. In 1990, the Madison Center for Educational Affairs merges with the IEA. They fund 57 conservative student publications. It takes them 10 years. Would you like to know which student newspapers this group founded? This group of Jewish neocons, led by Irving Kristol. Would you like to know which student newspapers they helped found with their seed money, with their funding? Well, the first was Counterpoint by Norm Podhoretz's kid, John, at University of Chicago in 1979. Then, the Princeton Tory at Princeton University, founded by Yoram Hazony in 1984. Yoram Hazony. Then, in 1987, the Stanford Review, founded by Peter Thiel. And the coup de grace, the Dartmouth Review, founded by Dinesh D'Souza. These are 4 of the publications that Irving Kristol's Institute for Educational Affairs provided the seed money for. Counterpoint by John Podhoretz at U Chicago. Princeton Tory by Yoram Hazony at Princeton in 84.
This guy's in
Stanford Review by
Chicago.
Peter
Nick
Thiel
Fuentes is in
1987,
Chicago.
And Dartmouth Review by Dinesh D'Souza at Dartmouth University. Irving Kristol provided the money for all those student newspapers. And as we've established, Irving Kristol is a CIA asset. He is there at the creation for the Congress for Cultural Freedom.
Get on,
He's
Louisa.
the godfather of
Holy shit.
neoconservatism. He founded Policy Review, or the Policy Journal. He's at Commentary with Norm Podhoretz. He founds Encounter with money from the CIA. But it gets even better, because in 1995, this network, the Collegiate Network, the Institute for Educational Affairs, the Madison Center, they're overtaken by ISI, the Intercollegiate Studies Institute, that group that William F. Buckley founded in 1953 to bring it all the way home. Okay? So William F. Buckley is at Yale, like George Bush before him, like James Angleton before him. Bill Buckley's recruited by his professor into the CIA. They found ISI, Institute, what is it? The Intercollegiate Studies Institute. William F. Buckley founds National Review with Bill Burnham, who was there at the creation of the Congress for Cultural Freedom, an intellectual group paid by the CIA to fund campus groups, newspapers, radio stations. He's there with James Burnham, who is also there with Irving Kristol at its founding in Berlin in 1951. Later in the 1950s, he founds National Review with James Burnham and his professor and 3 other CIA agents. Irving Kristol starts up the CIA-funded magazines. They're Jewish left-wing publications that turn into Jewish neocon publications. They're funded by the American Jewish Committee and the CIA. And then Irving Kristol provides the seed money for Peter Thiel, Yoram Hazony, Dinesh D'Souza, and John Potter at student newspapers. After all that, in 95, it folds into ISI, which Bill Buckley founded in 1953. That's where it all starts.
Excellent work, Tenno.
Now, what's interesting about Irving Kristol...
Yes. You didn't know it was Nick Fuentes?
It was discovered that this was going on. Left-wing publications found out that the Congress for Cultural Freedom was backed by the CIA. So Irving Kristol quits and joins the American Enterprise Institute. Now, as I said before, this is a story about generations. Generations over time. You could say that was generation number 1. Let's talk about generation number 2. So if William F. Buckley got to start at Yale in the 1950s, let's now talk about Peter Thiel, Yoram Hazony. Let's talk about Dinesh D'Souza. Let's talk about John Podhoretz. Let's talk about generation number 2, which is, of course, funded and spawned from generation number 1.
I'm for real.
In 1995, Irving Kristol's son, Bill Kristol, founds the Weekly Standard. And it becomes the new preeminent neoconservative publication that Tucker Carlson writes for. Irving Kristol's kid, Bill Kristol, starts Weekly Standard. It's founded with the help of the News Corporation, that's Rupert Murdoch's company. And Tucker Carlson in 95 begs Bill Kristol to hire him at the magazine to write for them, where they push the Iraq War, the second Iraq War, in 2003, and become the most influential publication in favor of the war in Iraq. Let's talk a little bit about Yoram Hazony. Yoram Hazony gets money from Irving Kristol in 1984. Yoram Hazony is an Israeli Jew. He's from Israel. He studies in America, and then he goes back home to Israel. He founds the Herzl Institute, the Shalem Center. These are Jewish nationalist think tanks. This is Yoram Hazony. Yoram Hazony wrote an article in the 1990s about a figure named Kahana. Kahana was a Jewish extremist in Israel. I'll read to you some of his views. This is from his Wikipedia. It says, during his lifetime, Meir Kahana publicized his Kahanism ideology throughout the United States. In Israel, he proposed enforcing Jewish law as codified by Maimonides. While serving in the Knesset in the mid-1980s, Kahana proposed numerous laws, none of which passed, to emphasize Judaism in public schools, reduce Israel's bureaucracy, forbid sexual relations between Jews and non-Jews, separate Jewish and Arab neighborhoods, end cultural meetings between Jewish and Arab students. He went so far as to demand that non-Jews in Israel either become slaves or face deportation.
Stay focused.
This is a
heavy unit approaching.
Jewish figure in Israel named Meir Kahana. Yoram Hazony had this to say about that figure in 1994. He wrote this. He wrote, "Here was a man who said what he meant and meant what he said. It was the first time we had ever seen that in a political leader. We were 17 years old, American Jews, children of Orthodox rabbis, educated at Zionist schools and yeshivas, students of the best Jewish institutions in the United States. Yet I don't believe any of us had ever heard the things we heard that day. If someone comes to kill you, kill him first. There is no such thing as innocent civilians in a war. Jewish lives come before those of non-Jews. A Jew should never be ashamed of being a Jew." This is Yoram Hazony on Meir Kahana. Kahana's message wasn't sophisticated, but it was clear. It was passionate. It affected us in a way nothing else ever had. He said that we had nothing to be ashamed of, that Jewish pride and strength were good things, that we could be proud of who we were, that we had a past worth knowing and a future worth building. We never adopted his political views, but he was the only Jewish leader who seemed to understand how much we wanted to be proud Jews. Kahana didn't tell us to be proud of someone else's interpretation of Judaism. He said Judaism was for us. We didn't need to hide it, to apologize for it, to downplay it in public. We didn't need to water it down. The Torah was ours. Our traditions were good. If we learned them and loved them, we would be strong. For the first time, we realized our schools had never taught us what it meant to be proud Jews. We've been taught to fit in, to get along, to apologize for what we were, and we had done it well. Kahana's books made us want to be better Jews, stronger Jews, Jews who could live by the Torah without fear, Jews who would one day be fathers who would teach strength and dignity to their children.
Don't move.
Not hatred, but pride.
No. Don't fuck.
Now, for those that don't know who this figure is, Yoram Hazony, I'll give you some name drops. You might understand who he is after this. So Yoram Hazony, as I said, in 1984, got funding from Irving Kristol to start the Princeton Tory. 10 years later, he writes this article about Meir Kahana, who said that non-Jews should be enslaved by Jews or killed by Jews. And Hazony says, this guy's the real deal, this guy's awesome. Yoram Hazony is the mentor of Bari Weiss. After Bari Weiss graduated from Columbia University in 2005, she went to Israel to study at Yoram Hazony's Shalem Center. Yoram Hazony is the founder of the National Conservatism Conference, which was started up in 2022 with money from Peter Thiel. And it hosted J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Peter Thiel himself, and later Tucker Carlson. That Yoram Hazony. So when you see who the neocons are, they are Jewish leftists from New York in founder of National Conservatism. In a conversation with Ezra Klein, a Jew at the New York Times, he says that the NatCons, the National Conservatives, are J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Bridge Colby, Michael Anton. These are our guys. And what we are is not racialist. We are not blood and soil. We are not like V. Dare. For those that don't know, Virginia Dare was founded by Peter Brimelow. Pat Buchanan was published there for decades. Virginia Dare is immigration restrictionist. They're barely even critical of Israel. And here is Yoram Hazony, that second generation of neocon leadership, saying racialism is outside of the picture. It is Nazi. Blood and soil is literally a Nazi slogan, and that is not what national conservatism is. But think about what Yoram Hazony and Irving Kristol and all these guys are in favor of. Yoram Hazony himself said that Meir Kahana is inspiring, a hero, made us proud to be Jewish, made us believe in Jewish tradition, that Israel should be Jewish. But Hazony says national conservatism is not based on blood and soil. Israel is, but America can't be. Israel is based on the blood of the Jewish people and the soil of their promised land. But America is not. America is not about the blood of the Europeans. It's not about the soil of this land that they settled. But Israel is. He says, and in our national conservative movement, we are not racialist. We don't believe in blood and soil. We're pro-Israel. We're pro-Netanyahu. We're in favor of Jewish nationalism and blood and soil Israeli nationalism, but not so much for America. And who do we count among our ranks? J.D. Vance, who spoke at NatCon. Tucker Carlson, who spoke at NatCon. Josh Hawley, who spoke at NatCon. Marco Rubio, who spoke at NatCon. Bridge Colby, endorsed by Tucker, and hangs out at NatCon. And what did Tucker Carlson say? You're a kook and a crank if you say that neoconservatism has anything to do with Jewishness. What did Joe Kent say? I'm an inclusive populist. I don't want to talk about whiteness or Christianity, and I'm pro-Israel. What have these guys been saying from the start? Bill Buckley called Buchanan an anti-Semite because he said that Jews were making us fight their wars. But they are, and they always have been. Going back all the way. When Tucker talks about the neocons that me and Pat Buchanan are allegedly discrediting, who are the neocons? Over generations, I'll tell you who the neocons are. They are Jewish leftists from New York in bed with the CIA doing arbitrage on behalf of Israel
Wizard.
that only became right wing because Israel was threatened by the American left. That's who they are. And if you read what they write themselves, they will tell you it's not liberals that got mugged by reality. It is those Jewish leftist intellectuals from New York.
Wizard, what the fuck do you know, bro? You really gooned to my feet all day, bitch.
Turned on Israel. And they realized after the Soviets passed that resolution in 75 saying that Zionism is racism, they realized the left wing in America, the left wing in Israel would never let Israel be a Jewish state. And therefore would never let Israel exist. And if Israel cannot be a Jewish state and Israel ceases to exist, then their Jewish children and their Jewish grandchildren will be imperiled because they will be at the mercy of the communists in Russia, the Arabs in the Middle East, and the Europeans in America, or the Europeans in Europe for that matter. And that is why they undertook a multi-generational campaign to subvert the think tanks, the national security apparatus, the Republican Party, to use it and marry anti-Soviet, anti-Muslim extremist, anti-Iran revisionist power, Cold War, war on terror, unipolar war to Israel's national interest, which is all they ever really cared about. And anybody that notices or recognizes or acknowledges that this is the case, that it's Podhoritzes and Crystals and Hazonis and Weisses and Alamarius and Yarvins and Beatties, if anybody recognizes how many Jewish people are supporting it and why, and read between the lines on what they're saying, they will tar that person as an anti-Semite. Not because they hate Jews, but because they see what Jews are doing. And Tucker Carlson said, if you get called an anti-Semite, you can pretend to be a victim of the cabal that runs Washington. Well, what else would you call it? When Bill Buckley got recruited out of Yale, and James Angleton went to Yale, and George Bush went to Yale, and they're in bed with Jewish leftists like Irving Kristol and Podhoretz, whose heart is in Israel, launching wars in Iraq and Iran, in Syria and elsewhere on Israel's behalf. What else would you call it? Other than that cabal that will seek to destroy you if you just begin to piece this story together a little bit. Now, who's crazy here? I don't think either of us are crazy. Who's hateful? I don't think either of us are hateful, actually. But Bill Buckley and George Bush and Tucker Carlson clearly represent a faction of the CIA and the U.S. security state. They are married to a mercenary intelligence outfit of Jews in Russia, Israel, and America. And this relationship goes all the way back to the 40s. It goes back to the beginning. The American and British intel services, the Jewish refugees, the early Zionist movement, the eventual Israeli intelligence agencies. These two factions have been inextricably connected for as long as they have existed. And the Americans believe that we're getting the good end of the deal because the Jews are helping us fight communism, helping us fight Islamic extremism, helping us fight Iran and the rogue revisionist states today. But all along, the Jews have been very straightforward about their intentions. These Jewish intellectuals in New York, the Jewish refugees recruited by Angleton, people like Yoram Hazony, the modern Nat Conwright, they always knew that they were using the American security establishment, purporting to help America in the Cold War, purporting to help us in the war on terror, purporting to help us in Iran, but all the while giving us false intelligence, lying about their motivations, maintaining a carefully calculated facade that they care about American liberalism.
No, this is kind of getting annoying.
What they care about is
I just
Jewish
don't know what else to
nationalism.
listen to.
And when somebody like myself, or Patrick Buchanan, or Sam Francis, or Joseph Sobran, or Russell Kirk gets up and starts to upset the apple cart by rallying traditional conservatives against both the CIA and the Israeli Mossad, then those factions team up to call us anti-Semites. When a Pat Buchanan gets up and says it'll be Murphys and McAllisters and Gonzalez's that die in Israel's war, Then it's the job of the CIA and the Israeli Mossad to get together.
Yeah. No, I can't listen to this shit. Holy shit. It's been like 2 hours of this. I surrender. I surrender. Nah, there's only so many times I can hear Jew. Jew.
Too important. So that is the long story. That is the prequel in the series. That is our second iteration in the series. Our investigation into Tucker Carlson. I think we clocked in at about 2 hours, 15 minutes, just under what we did on Friday. But that's our show. That's all the information.
That's
We're going to
literally
move
it.
on. We're going to take a look at our super chats.
Oh, these are kind of
And
funny.
I'm going to read the big ones. I'm going to try to read most of these tonight. But
These
that
are
is the whole
funny.
story. So I hope you learned something. I know some of this information we have talked about on the show before, but just as was the case last week, what matters is to bring all these threads together. And when you start to spell it out, you see how these things rhyme. It's the same people doing the same things in the same way, in the same institutions, over generations. And that's what they don't want you to pay attention to. They want to obfuscate the conversation, and they want to say it's about neocons versus everybody else. You know, Tucker Carlson said Mark Levin is a neocon. No, Mark Levin is a Jew. And he's a neocon because he's a Jew.
Yeah,
Just
he
like
is.
Yoram Mazzoni is a neocon because he's a Jew. And Irving Kristol and Norm Potteritz, they're neocons because they're Jews.
Yeah, they are.
And along the way, they have had non-Jewish allies like Tucker and William F. Buckley, and they have at various times turned a blind eye to the Jewish nature of it for their own agenda. But that's obviously what's going on. And that, according to Tucker, is the dividing line between legitimate and illegitimate, between not crazy and crazy, not hateful and anti-Semitic. I think that's just reality, based on what we've read tonight. But that's it. That's all I got for you. Okay, but we're going to dive in. We're going to take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say about all this. I'm losing my voice. Okay. Well, let's see.
Keeps Goy percent $100. No message.
Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it.
Street sent $20. This Jew in front of me at work said, "Oy vey," and I started laughing my ass off. I thought that was an America First chill thing, but apparently they say it. I almost got in trouble. Had to pivot.
Yeah, they do say it. That's not just like a meme. I mean, that's a real thing that they say.
White Malcolm X sent $15. You're breaking the matrix. Watch out for Agent Smith's time. Why do you think basketball Americans can't hear their fire alarm?
Okay, what
Frankfurt
are we
sent
doing?
$88. But they never call you a liar. Happy August 8th to all bro-ivers out there.
Well, and I would really like to sit down with Tucker Carlson and talk about all this. If Tucker talked about Jeffrey Epstein with Daryl Cooper, if he's talking about the neocons and the Jews, why won't he talk to me about this? He called me out. He called me a CIA agent. This is the case that I'm making. This is the case I'm making about the CIA. This is the case I'm making about the neocons. If he'll have on Daryl Cooper to talk about Winston Churchill and Jeffrey Epstein, and he's going to call me out and make accusations against me, this is the show that Tucker and Joe Rogan need to have. Everybody knows Epstein worked with Mossad. We need to know the whole story, though. That's the part they don't want to talk about.
Koji Fushigo sent $100. How should the U.S. adjust their strategy in the Middle East, assuming our pedophilic overlords are no longer being blackmailed and paid for Israel?
Thank you for the big super chat. I think that we need to, I've said it before, we need to restrain Israel.
He's gay like
That's
you.
the overriding priority. Because the U.S. interest in the Middle East is balance. We want to leave the Middle East, but we don't want any one country to dominate the Middle East. Right now, America has hegemony over the Middle East. And the play right now is that we're going to increase Israel and integrate it with Saudi Arabia, Syria, Lebanon, the Gulf countries, Egypt, so that we can hand over our hegemony to Israel. And then they are the major power there. And I think that's a mistake. I
He's
think
gay
that
like
some
you,
division is
wizard.
actually good. If Iran is powerful and not allied with Israel, but normalized with the United States, then there is balance. Turkey, Israel, Iran, the Gulf countries are all balancing each other. And that way the United States can push and pull. And we can calibrate playing different countries off of each other to our liking. But if we overthrow Iran or let Israel overthrow Iran, then Israel with no adversaries will dominate the region, and that's not in our interest. So we don't necessarily want to be deployed there forever, and we don't necessarily want Iran to have a nuclear bomb and to hate us. We need to prevent Israel from taking out Iran, normalize with Iran, so that then there is this 50-50 split. And as long as it's contentious, then we maintain an edge over the region. Israel will rely upon us, and we will always be the force multiplier for every country there. That would be my program.
Straight sent $20. Why don't you make your super chats $20 minimum? They used to be $5 anyways. As you get more popular, you're not going to be able to keep up.
Yeah, I think I might change it. There's just too many these days, and they get
Dante
annoying.
1099 sent $25. Hi Nick. Tucker's recent attack shows the system now openly acknowledges you as an adversary. I'm praying for your safety. Stay strong, brother. The truth will always prevail.
Thank you. Yeah, legitimately. That's what freaks me out, because everything that I've talked about tonight and last week, that's all real. And I'm kind of blowing up his spot and exposing him, and they don't like that. So for him to call me out by name, it does make me a target, because what they're trying to do is to corner and isolate me and say, oh, there is this Israel critical movement, but Nick isn't part of it. He's way out there. And the only reason they're saying it is because they're worried that I'm becoming too influential in that side of the equation. They're basically trying to beat a tactical retreat, acknowledge some of the criticisms of Israel, and kind of move their fortifications backward and say, okay, we'll admit maybe Israel sucks a little bit, but the compromise is they want to keep me out.
Hales and
They want to move
Xander?
10 paces backward to encompass some of the criticisms I've made in the past, so that I don't...
I thought the super chats would be funnier. They weren't. Okay, good. We got max rank on that. Wizard bro, you got any farts in the tank for me? Any farts in the tank for me?
Messages in your inbox, operator. They are
Wiz?
encrypted as they should be.
Bro? Yo, bro?
Borders went mad for 3 milliseconds when he realized that each time he cleans something, he makes something else dirty. Ah! There I go again.
Am I retarded? That might actually be retarded. GG's.
Operator, you have remembered well how the Tenno arm themselves.
Get the final blow on thick detonates. Alright. Here we go. Bow, 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 bow.
I'm gonna make an airlock.
Oh, weird. Okay.
Did we get a beam?
Alright. Chili, I need a toilet paper. Toilet break. See what Devin said. No. My fault, gang. AK. Bro. I'm finna take a you wizard. YNW melee, you bitch ass. For real.
Ammar, Plazul's assassin, used to silence those who speak out against Narmer, much as Plazul himself tries to stifle the voice of Era within his mind.
Yo, wizard, this is what it looks like to be good at the game. So really just blast balls. Holy. Oh my god. This thing's fucked. Or wasn't playing. Get on the fucking game, Louisa.
He will close the distance shockingly fast when he creates duplicates. Look for the one that is armed.
Bro, it's Wizard, bro. He my celestial twin. Yo, Wiz, you my celestial twin, bruh.
But stolen Deacon Veils should allow you to deceive the barrier.
My celestial twin, bruh. Come on now. A celestial twin, bruh. Twin just loves digging in my butt too. Don't lie to me, Wiz. There's one time Wizard Lily yelled at me because I wiped my ass, bro. Like, how you gonna like my shit that much? How you gonna like my shit that much, bro?
On Tau, the wolf roamed without prey. He was created in the image of ancient records from old Earth, a naive tribute to ecosystems long extinct. Those savage jaws were never meant to bite.
Like L Lizard TVH. You know, I'm gonna call you Poop Goblin from now on. Wizard, you just a little poop goblin. Poop Goblin Wizard. 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 This thing fucks, bro. This thing is probably the greatest weapon I've ever used. This thing is absolutely fuck up!
Now, he is a mere trophy. Good job.
Oh my god. Damn. Kuva. This shit gave me Kuva. I don't need any more Kuva. Just took a shit. W poop goblin. W poop goblin.
Unread inbox messages make me ill.
Whatever that is. Okay. Yo, Louisa, don't wipe, bro. I'm getting hungry. Right? Chill out on that wipe and shit. Alright?
Sometimes Ordis likes to assume he knows nothing. Nobody can learn what they
Chill out on that wipe and shit, alright? You get me? You get me? Chad, I don't think she gets me.
service your weapons myself.
Chad, I don't think she gets me. Fuck. fuck? Need dick, need dick, need dick, need dick, need dick, need dick, need dick. Uh, 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 uh. Yeah, 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 yeah. I got wizards. Dick in my ass. Yeah. He loves when I pass gas. Yup. He likes to feel the vibration on his dick when I take a Taco Bell fart real quick. Yeah. Likes the paint all up on his dick. Yeah. 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 Hmm. Ooh.
I can fix that.
Dude. This shit pisses me off, bruh. Like, what the fuck? Bro, what the fuck? Bro, this girl, she's like 20, I think. And like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You might be thinking, Sokka, why are you doing on this thing? You've been like, chill, alright? This is context for the story. Bro, she's with this dude on steroids. That's like 40, bro. He's gotta be 30 to 40. Like, and she's a stripper. So, like, yeah, makes sense. But, like, dude, there is no reason for, like, a young girl with a that ass to be dating, and she's been with this guy for like a year. Just pisses me off to see, bro. Pisses me off. How you gonna date a dude that's like, he's like he's got like a year left and he's cooked bald, and then the steroids, the heart explodes. Like, hello. God, fuck. Alright. I'm gonna sell some shit. Seltzer Prime. Blueprint. One platinum. Alright. Won't sell that. Already have it. That's a one platinum. Soma Prime. Blueprint. That's worth some. What about the barrel? That's worth some. And the stock. That's worth a lot. Alright. Want to sell 39. I got one. Chassis. Alright, both of those are worth nothing. The Gauss Prime helmet. Nothing. But the Limbo Prime Blueprint. Oh. Oh. Actually ate shit on that. Loki Prime Chassis. That's good. Wanting to sell. Is it going for 23? I'll sell it for 20. Mirage Prime Chassis. What about Mirage Prime Helmet? Nothing. Necros Prime. It's still like kind of nothing. Neza Prime. Which one is it? Systems. Nothing. Over here, bitch. Be a rich man. Actual Riz. Goddamn. Soma. Stop. 39. That's the trade. Got you, G.
Operator, your inbox exists in a non-zero state. Would you care to check your mail? Everything in orders, operator? Is that a pun? I will attempt to bypass this fault.
Oh, for real? Wukong Prime Chassis. Damn. Damn. No, it don't matter anyway. You can rely on the old man's money. You can rely on the old man's money. It's a bitch, girl. Fuck this, bruh. Looks like I gotta farm these fucking... You not, That's super fucking lame. All good. Should I order Wendy's? Wendy's nuts at your face, bitch. I see, I see. No way I get a Marvel Rivals ad on this site. I'm actually pissed.
All Corpus craft. Engage enemy railjack. Disable all priority targets. Tenno disembarking. Let's take the fight to them. Launch ram sleds. Tenno are not equipped to deal with elite Borax fighters. Carrier platform? Launch. Hull breach. We are...
No clue what to even say.
Carrier platform. Clear launch base. Hull breach. Repeat. Hull breach.
I'm in a mission and they're fucking...
Corpus Marines. Board a cruise ship and engage them hand to hand. Priority targets neutralized. Next up, capital ship. Crisis averted. Mission continues.
Spamming me with trade invites. Tomorrow I'll play Date Everything. It is what it is. These guys are dog shit.
Target in range.
Not gonna be good. Not gonna be good.
Alert. Fires. Alert.
A lone Tenno operative is raiding this ship for supplies. You are here to distract the enemy. Trigger the alarm. Life support has been cut off. They're trying to choke you out. Hold on. I'm sending auxiliary life support.
Oh, I figured out why you guys wanna see me on Rivals so bad. You're hoping to see my Black Panther. Ha ha ha. You're trying to see my Black Panther. No disrespect. That's cool.
Life support on the way.
You're trying to see me. You're trying to see my Black Panther. Louisa wants to see my Black Panther. Whoa, 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 whoa.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
She's trying to see my Black Panther.
Tenno, prepare for life support.
Trying to see my Black Panther. No. Here's my light.
I've delivered another life support capsule.
I see my Black Panther. I see my Black Panther for real. Trying to see my Black Panther. Dude, GPT-5 is actually goated.
The raid is off to a successful start. When you are ready, go to extraction.
Nah, this guy's not real. Oh.
You are running out of time. Consider extraction. Life support activated.
Yes. Fuck.
Critical life support levels. Extraction is your best option. Life support has been replenished.
Trying to see my Black Panther?
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be. When you need it, extraction is ready. Tenno, extraction is ready.
Mm. Holy cow. You're insane. You're insane. You're actually insane. You're actually insane. Nah. Nah. Okay. Can you guys just watch me in Discord? That's a great idea.